Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone listening on the internet. This is today's date. Hold on one second here. All my papers are stuck together. Can't read the dates. May 19th, 2016. This is the Volusia County Council public participation section of our meeting. I shall read the disclaimer. The Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you have to. After you're recognized, please state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You may speak up to 3 minutes, either during public participation or when an agenda item is heard. The County Council will not answer questions or requests during the public participation. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, and members of the public will not be tolerated. So we have 2 speakers this morning. Okay, Miss Joanne Evans and Miss Barbara Powell. Where you at, ladies? Come on up front. Okay, ladies, if one of you will have a seat there and the other one step up to the microphone. Okay, for the record, if you would please state your name and your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Barbara T. Powell.
Deputy, can we lift that up for her? We can't hear her. All right, hold the clock, please.
Barbara T. Powell.
Okay, I need your address, ma'am.
Address is 564 West New Hampshire Avenue, DeLand, Florida.
You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
We have a water problem here on New Hampshire, and we've been having it for some times. It's been at the point where we've had sandbags at the door, and I've had so many sandbags at the door till the door frame needs to be replaced. They came out and they put drainages in front of our homes, and they tore down a residence down the road for a drain field. But the real rain came Friday. We had really bad rain, and I was devastated because I thought the problem was solved. And when I looked out, water was all around our place. Water was coming in the door. And the only thing I knew was to call Road and Bridge. So when I called Road and Bridge, they told me that they were closed, and he told me they said call 911. Instantly, I called 911. I didn't know what else to do. So when I called 911, the fire truck came. And I said, no, sir, I don't need a fire truck. I need somebody to come and help with all this water, and it's coming in our houses. So then he said, well, you're going to have to wait until Monday to get somebody. So we cooled down, and I called Monday and left a message for her to let somebody know that we got a problem out here. Somebody needs to come. Well, she didn't call me back Tuesday, so Wednesday I called back. And then she put me through to Mr. Dan Holloman and Hollinger at the Road and Bridge out on across the bridge. And he talked to me, and he said he would send somebody out. And he did. He sent somebody out, and as a matter of fact, he came out. And I was telling him the problem, and I showed it to him and all. And one of the young men that was with him told me that I needed to put a drain in the yard and let the water run to the drain that's out by the road. I told him not so, not so. I said the problem, and I've been out on New Hampshire for, many, many years. And we didn't have that problem until they did whatever they did to that road. That's when our problem started. Well, he told me that he would eventually get back with me. And then it rained again, Monday, Tuesday, it rained one day. And anyway, we had the same problem. Water still get something done about it because they tore the house down below us because of the water problem. It had mold in it. And eventually, if we don't solve the problem, we're going to have mold in our residence, and we too going to have to vacate. And I've been in my place for many, many years, and I don't want to leave. I'm an old lady now, and I want to stay there as long as I can, but we got a problem, and we just need to get it solved.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat right there. And I take it Miss Joanne Evans, you're here also? Oh, that's the perfect height for you. You can just, You don't have to bend over, you just go right to town. All right, what we need is your name and your address for the record.
My name is Joanne Neely Evans. I live 562 West New Hampshire Avenue, DeLand, Florida, 32720.
And you have 3 minutes.
Okay? My problem is that they came out, dig the ditches, saying that'll solve the problem because we had water. But I've been going upstairs talking to them for the last 3 years. And finally, they sent someone out, and they dug the ditches. But the ditches is not doing anything about it, because the children, it's dangerous for the children too, because it's so close to the road. They have to walk right by my fence to go to school and stuff. So they got to pass right at my fence. And the water's not running in the thing that they built. They got that for a playground for the children, and it's not a fence around it. So somebody's gonna get hurt. I guess we have to get it done. But I want the water problem solved because they built the thing this high on my sidewalk. And when it rains, it runs right down. And it's scraping the under my car, my gas tank, because it's just that high for the cars to come up under. I have been upstairs too, and I took them pictures. So they have the pictures so they know all about it and stuff, and they're not doing anything about it. They say they is, but ain't nothing been done about it. And the water problem is not being solved. The road was actually, it go down here, they come up here like this. So it's not level enough for the water to continue to run. So that's our problem. My problem is, I had to throw away all my furniture out my front room last year. I can't afford to do that. I am 76 years old, I'm retired, and I live on my income. That little income I get, and I can't keep buying furniture. So I figure something needs to be done about it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Okay, is there any other public participation?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, then we will take a short recess till 9 a.m., where we will start our normal county council meeting. So we will be in recess. working. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is May 19th, 2016, and this is the Volusia County Council meeting of that date. Today's, unfortunately, Pastor Jim Peeler. Are you present, sir? Jim? Okay, he is not present at this time. So if I may, I will turn to our own favorite pastor, Mr. Fred Lowry. Could you lead us in an invocation, please, sir?
Be glad to. Thank you.
If the council would please rise.
Lord God, we thank you so much for an honor and privilege of serving you here in this place today, and I just pray that you will be with each one of us. May we represent people well, may we make decisions well, and may we look to you for guidance, and may everything we do honor you today. In Jesus' name, amen.
And join me in the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. And hey, we don't. Yeah, Dr. Lowry, could you walk in front so we could give you a pin? Yeah, everybody shake his hand.
I'm the stunt guy today.
Now, stunt guys usually fall down. You didn't fall down this time.
I'm good at that too.
Okay. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson? Here. Mr. Wagner? Ms. Cusack? Mr. Daniels? Here. Ms. Denny's?
Here.
Mr. Davis?
I am here.
All present.
All present. Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda items. Is staff pulling anything? No, the staff is not pulling? Okay. Mr. Lowry, do you wish to pull any items off of consent?
None.
Mr. Patterson? Mr. Wagner? Ms. Cusack? Mr. Daniels? None. Ms. Denny's?
None.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Motion for approval of consent agenda item. Second by Mr. Patterson. Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Mr. Davis, for the record, the listening audience, the maker of the motion was?
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 1, Eva Myers. This has been, has to be reset. There is no motion necessary.
Correct.
So item number 1 has been removed. While I'm sitting here, item 3 has been withdrawn from the agenda. I guess it will be discussed. Yes, we're going to discuss wetlands later. And actually, consent agenda item 15 should have been pulled.
I'm sorry?
Am I correct? It's
No, sir.
no,
No, sir. We're just
giving
doing
it?
that later
Okay.
on. Yes, sir.
all right. Just looking through that briefly. All right, we'll go right on to item number 2. Randall C. Hunter, Senior Solid Waste Compliance Officer, will retire May 31st after more than 36 years of dedicated service. You don't look like John and Julie.
No, I'm here to introduce the retirement. So as you mentioned, Randall Hunter, this is Joanne Magley, Community Information Director. Randall Hunter, who is the Senior Solid Waste Compliance Officer, will retire May 31st, and he is here this morning. If you would come forward. And Mr. John and Julie will have the comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable council members, John and Julie, Public Works Director. As Joanne mentioned, we're here to honor Randy Hunter. Before I start that comment, though, I do need to make at least one more introduction. Mr. Hunter did bring his mother forward this morning, Mother Shirley Hunter. You can stay there if you wish. And his aunt, Glenda, Aunt Glenda. Okay. Randy began his career in 1980 as an engineering apprentice in the land surveying activity within Public Works. Believe it or not, he was earning $3.59 an hour at that point. I think you can get for $3.52 because I'm guilty. I've got a McGriddle from McDonald's for that price. So, you know, that's $3.59 an hour, it doesn't go a long way in today's rates. He quickly was promoted to an engineering technician, and his career was off and running. Randy spent all 36 years of that service within the Public Works Department, which isn't surprising. Randy's father, Chester Hunter, and his uncle, Nathan, also worked for Volusia County as well as the state. They collectively or individually have had over 40 years of service to government institutions. In '89, Randy was promoted to the Solid Waste Management Compliance Officer. We have spent 27 years enforcing the county solid waste ordinance, investigating and cleaning up illegal dumping across the county, as well as to keeping the Volusia County beautiful. Randy's also worked part-time on weekends as a beach patrol ranger in 1994 and 1997, something I wasn't aware of. But Randy's a workaholic. He's also worked part-time as a security officer for NASCAR doing international speedway events in the 90s, where he's met and spoke with many of his favorite drivers, including Bill Elliott, Dale Earnhardt, and Richard Petty. Randy even rubbed elbows with a movie star, Tom Cruise. So Randy's a well-known entity across the county. Randy's plans for retirement includes spending time with his wife and family and having fun hunting, fishing, and of course watching NASCAR. I'm sure with 36 years of service, there are many stories Randy could tell, and there's probably a few he shouldn't pass on. He'll keep those in memory. Possibly his most memorable moment with the county besides retiring was being selected as Employee of the Year in 2005 for educating and troubleshooting concerns with a new waste collection contract and a newly implemented 96-gallon garbage cart, the big, large carts that are now out on the streets today. Randy met with many customers one-on-one to review each situation. He offered suggestions to make the new carts and service contract efficient and effective. His initiative helped to improve relations with the public as well as the service being provided. That level of service is one example of many personal characteristics that will be missed when Randy retires. I know the Solid Waste Division, there's a few folks in the audience that he works for now are going to, sad to see him leave. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, if I may, can ask Randy if he would like to say a few words.
Sure, I was going to give him that time. I was actually going to give you a little bit more than 3 minutes if you need it.
Well, I don't think I'll need that much. I just want to thank you for your time and let everybody know I'm going to miss everybody. And I'm not going to say goodbye. I'm just going to say see you later.
Well, that's good. Don't go nowhere yet. Don't go. I have a few people that would like to say comments, and one of them, please step back up to the microphone. Well, look at the bright side here now, sir. Every morning you get up. You don't have to go to work and talk trash all day anymore, so you can take it easy. Mr. Reckenwald.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Mr. Hunter. I had the pleasure of working with him for many years, and also his father and his uncle. We were just discussing this, kind of the last in the line of hunters that have been here for over 80 years in county government, when you go back. And his dad was instrumental back in the years out at Road and Bridge when I came on as a young pup to help me through, and guide me through the history. And when you're in the business of road and drainage maintenance, it's very important to know the history and know the people. And they were regular ambassadors, within the farming community, the ag community. They got us onto land and into ditches and places that people wouldn't even know exist. And then, and I also want to say that what Mr. Hunter does, in addition to kind of the illegal dumping and things that he and his team have done a great job with in this county, they also keep our contractors in line when they're out there, and they do a lot of work with them. And we, when we have a contractor that comes in and has a collection, it's a big project. It's a big it's a big deal. And these guys are the ones that are out there behind them, fielding complaints, making sure they're doing what they're doing, and finding them if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So they do a lot of that type of work, and it's a little unsung stuff that they do. They don't get to make a lot of people happy, but overall what they do is keep us a very clean county, and I appreciate that, and certainly what you've done. things like the fires of '98. You know, he was instrumental in being out there in the woods, in places. Their knowledge of the land and what's out there that a lot of people don't realize. These guys all, you know, went into their trucks and went out and became spotters for fire teams and things that because they know the land and the stuff better than most anyone out there. So we're going to miss you, and we're going to miss that knowledge. Don't go far. I got your number out if I need you.
Yes, sir.
So.
He was already soliciting me, you know, in a year from now, you can call me back again. So I just let you know,
Well,
George,
make sure
he's
he's
ready.
got a lot of hunting and fishing done and out of his system, though.
Okay. You are a hunter, so.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting, what I had put down here was hopefully we can bring you back either as a consultant or as an ambassador, or probably in both. I think that serve the citizens very well. And thank you. You know, there's so many things that go on here that we don't know about in the day-to-day operations that indeed just keep this county rolling. So thank you for all that you've done. Enjoy your retirement. And maybe there's one thing, we probably know a few people here at the Speedway. Have you ever taken a hot lap over there at the Speedway?
No, that I haven't done.
Let's see if we know somebody over there that we can get this gentleman in for a hot lap over at the Speedway. I think that would be a great way. Somebody somewhere. We'll see what we can do for that.
Well, thank you very much.
You are more than welcome. Enjoy. It's not hunting, but it's when you have a need for speed. You've cleaned up enough trash. Let's get you behind the wheel of something that goes really fast here, and see what we can do. So enjoy your retirement, sir. Thank you.
My screen died, so I have no idea if anybody else is trying to speak. No, ma'am. So I'll ask any comments? Okay, no further comment? Oh, Mr. Patterson does have a comment.
I don't want to let him off that easy.
Yeah, we were pretty gentle.
And I'll continue the trend. You know, I always hear people, when the $3.59 an hour kind of caught my attention because I think back to the 1960s when I was working on construction sites. My father was a general manager of a large construction company, and they put me out there digging footers and pouring beams at $1.25 an hour. And I've got to say, it's those kind of jobs that people criticize, but when you really look at it, it is a career builder. When you really look at your willingness to do the job and move up into the administration, I'm really proud of what you've accomplished over your 36 years. I get a lot of calls on people illegal dumping. I know when I got elected back to the council here 3 years ago, I got a call on a Saturday morning over in the unincorporated area of a lot of junk out there. So I got in my truck and drove over there because I wanted to see what it was, you know, since I was coming back on the council. And there was an area that just had tires and trash and everything, and I was going out in the woods and pulling the tires out because people wanted them gone, and pulling they actually were throwing the propane tanks out there in the woods. I don't know why. You know, and of course, yeah, the other day I was driving up to Daytona, and here was a couch sitting on the side of the road. I guess they got as far as they could stand with it, and they just throw it out in the woods, and I throw it along the side of the road. So I don't know why people do that, other than I guess just laziness. But appreciate what y'all have done, because it'd probably look a lot worse out there if you guys weren't doing the job that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Well, with that, thank you very much for your service, sir. You have a great retirement, and we may see you probably hanging around here in about a year or so. We don't know.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes. All right, we're going to take a short recess for the photo op, and we'll move on with the council meeting. So we will be in Okay, we are back on the record. And as I said earlier, item number 3 has been removed for a later discussion date. So we move over to item number 4, which is ordinance 2016-11, which is amending the administrative code and merits. Thank you. It's time certain, 9:30. So thank you very much for catching that. I was just moving right along. All right, we'll move way ahead then. We'll go to the back of the agenda, item number 33, which will be Cultural Council. Ms. Cusack, you have an appointment for item number 33, which is to the Cultural Council, one for the remainder of the 2-year terms expiring May 31st, 2017. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thirty-three.
I would like to appoint, Mr. Chair, Lucille Jackson.
There's Okay, Ms. Cusack, nomination for Lucille Jackman from, from District 4, that would be East Side. Any discussion? Any comment? All those in favor signify by aye. All those opposed? And so carried. Can I have my pen for a moment, sir? Thank you. Okay, we are done with item 33. We'll move on to item 34. Oh, this is the big one here. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. We'll pick up with you again, Ms. Cusack. Make your nomination.
Mr. Chair, I would ask for a continuance.
Okay, motion for continuance for Ms. Cusack. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Patterson. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed? And so carried unanimous. District 4. That would be you, Mr. Daniels. You have the floor, sir. He has a motion for continuance. Do I hear a second? Second. I have a second by Mr. Patterson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? And so carried. 6 of these things, wow.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I could, when you get a second on this whole issue of appointing people to boards, if I could make a few comments right now while we have a couple of minutes.
Sure. If you give me one moment, please, sir. I have to pass the gavel to Mr. Patterson, and I request a continuance. Actually want the
Second.
gavel, too.
It's all right.
Second?
And there's,
Motion for continuance and a second. Is there any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Without objection, show the motion passes.
and for the record, Ms. Denny's was the second. And Mr. Deneen, please, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While this issue, in terms of appointments to boards, is clearly something that's specifically for elected officials, I've talked to, I believe, everyone on the council, and I think we all share the same concern that we seem not to have as large a candidate pool as we would like for these boards. I've seen that it's been a struggle most of the years I've been here, but I would say lately I think it's even been a larger struggle, and we're not getting candidates that are interested, or that we get the same people and we're not getting any new blood in a lot of cases. What I would suggest, if the council would like, I think it would be appropriate, maybe during one of our meetings, maybe at the end of one of our meetings, if we can fit it in, is to have like sort of a workshop discussion among the council members, maybe with, if you could bring some of your own ideas and concerns about how we could maybe increase the candidate pool, and we would look on our end, on the administrative end, to see whether we think there's anything we can do. But I do think that it is so important that you put not just fill these boards, but put the correct people on these boards, because they do represent you, and they represent, in essence, they're the extension of what the voters voted for when they voted for you as elected council members, that you would fill these boards with people that, quite frankly, in my opinion, are quality people that represent the view that you have, because you were who the people elected. The problem we're having is, as I think you all know, is that this is a commitment of time by people, and in today's world, it's getting harder and harder for people to commit to become connected to the society they live in. The problem is that I think when we don't have a good candidate pool here, I think it doesn't help the council in terms of decisions being made if you can't have good boards out there that you're happy with, so that you get good recommendations. Also, from my perspective as manager, historically, good candidates for elected offices a lot of times come from these boards, because they get an opportunity to understand what it is to serve. They get an opportunity to understand what it is to govern, in the sense that you have to take into consideration other people's point of view. And when you sit on these boards, a lot of times I think it gets you prepared to understand whether you want to become an elected official. So I think the fact that we're not getting a lot of people and we're not getting a lot of new blood, that I think in the long run it hurts everyone. So if you would like, even though this is not an administrative issue, I do think it's important that I try to address it, because I have noticed a frustration on a number of when I talk to a number of council members, because they just can't seem to get the right candidates. And so if you'd like, I think it would be good, maybe for you, it'd be good transparently for you to have a conversation in public about what our issues are. And if you'd all come prepared with some ideas, if you'd like, on the administrative side, we'll try to rack our brain for some ideas. It may mean we have to advertise. We may have to do a number of things we haven't done. But I want to address the issue, because I've had enough council members over a long period of time start to show me that I think they were frustrated that we're not getting the candidate pool. I think I have all you in agreement on this. We're not getting the candidate pool that we think we should for a government as big as this. So with that, if you'd like, I'd like to hear back some comments, and I would try to fit it into a meeting. I don't think we have to have a special meeting. I try to fit it into one of our meetings based on the schedule. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Deneen. And yeah, I agree with that. I mean, every week or every other week when I'm on the radio and I give the preview to, what's coming out of the council, at the end, I always have a comment. Hey, we need the volunteers, folks. Please sign up, volunteer. You are the extension of this government to the people. You need to help us out. And I mean, I'm looking at this list we've got right now. We have, and I'm kind of gray on this one thing Mr. Patterson brought up. District 4 and 5 members shall make one nomination each. That sentence doesn't make sense. But anyways, what we've got right now like 5 or 6 positions to fill, and we have 3 applicants. So we're still short on the board. The board can't do anything. So yeah, we do need the help, and I agree we need to do something administratively, legislatively here to get that fixed. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know how council thinks about this, but I think we have time to fill, if you will, this morning anyway. We can exchange some ideas on this. I will tell you, when I'm looking for applicants, I think the PSA, doing a public service announcement, I think is a very good thing. We have 2 radio stations that cover probably pretty much the entire county here, between WSBB and WNDB, in a pretty broad listening audience, multiple print areas. But when I'm looking for areas to fill for board appointments, for these committee appointments, I look where I'm currently serving. In other words, the chambers of commerce. I mean, you want to recruit, go to the different boards of directors in the different boards that are local chambers of commerce. The nonprofits. I can tell you 2 of my appointments have come from the TPO board meeting, the meeting where, all the cities are there, as well as the school board and several agencies, and I will ask, my electeds in my cities too, and the managers. It's amazing, but here's the thing for us, council, we've got to show up at our boards too. We have to show up where we're appointed and where we serve. And that's how we recruit those to follow us. We lead by being strong leaders to begin with. But I would like to see us be very proactive in appointments with this. In fact, I did an email campaign from my personal database to fill 2 positions, actually on TPO, the CAC and the not BPAC, yeah, BPAC, because she's done a great job, the Citizen Advisory Committee. I was shocked at, though, the one that I sent out, I think I got 10 or 12 people that wanted to serve and met with them. So there's ways that this can be done, but we have to be proactive, and it's a great asset. I get great feedback from most of my appointees. So it's a, and the thing is too, the economy's picking up. People are busier than they've ever been. People, you know, the work work is prolific. The demands are stronger. So it makes it, that's another harder thing to recruit. But yeah, and maybe we need to honor and really recognize some of our advisory boards a little more, you know, and give them recognition. I don't think we've done a good job in that, because we have some, well, all of them. I don't want to choose one, because they all do great work, and they're all volunteer. So I think we just need to be proactive as a county and as a council in recognition and trying to recruit, because I think that's going to be our most effective. We're the ambassadors. We're the best effective marketing tool we have. That's just my 2 cents. I don't know that we need a workshop about this, but whatever council wants to do, I'm good with.
All right. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Denny, for those comments. I do every opportunity talk to constituents and groups, and I do a lot of that. Sometimes more than I'd like to tell you how many evenings I spend talking and days talking with different groups about government. And I always talk about the boards, the advisory boards. It's very difficult to get folk to apply. So I'm really open for suggestions. And I think that we need, as Mr. Deneen has said, and I ask him to consider the fact that we need to somehow reach the unreachable, those individuals that some folk have repeatedly served and they do great work. But I believe that we need to increase our pool. We need to, and how do we do that? Other than it's not working, the word of mouth, because I speak it, I average 3 times a week meeting with some group, at least that. And so and I always talk about the boards, but it's very difficult to get people to commit. And maybe we might need to do some type of a magazine or something that talk about the boards and actually what their charge and missions would be, that they would understand exactly what that we are trying to do, and then maybe that will help stimulate some interest. We were with the chamber, I guess that's when you got an appointment, Josh. That was your first comment, and you got that appointment that day. So it does work, but I think we need to do more to try to increase our pool. And I'm open for suggestions that we might do to increase that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cusack. All right. So basically, well, I do have one other issue, one question here before we go too far. So item 34, Mr. Eckert, the language on this thing, I don't need at this point, we would need another motion for continuance of the whole item, right? Well, I mean, it says District 5.
Mr. Davis, we
4.
still haven't had the District 5 continuance, and that would take care of it.
Okay, so that's what that, District 4 and 5, okay.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. That's my language. I apologize.
Okay, yeah, there's no comma. Okay, all right, very well. I'm sorry. Mr. Deneen, before we go to District 5.
What I was going to suggest is, you know, sometimes this happened where I was manager before. This whole issue of getting people volunteers, difficult. But it's gotten, even since I've been here, it's been a frustration for previous council. But it's getting more frustrating, and it's getting worse. And so I really do think that while it clearly is the purview of the elected officials, I do think if you want our help on the administrative side, you know, I'm willing to kind of cross that dangerous ground, so to speak, and get involved. But I even thought about doing something, and this is why I'd like to be able to schedule a specific talk when people would know it's on our agenda. But I've even thought about, maybe we ought to do something really different, like one day a year on a Saturday or something, do a lot of publicity. Yeah, I think we should do a promotional campaign. But maybe one day a year we ought to do something really kind of different, kind of crazy, almost like they do those, America's Got Talent thing or whatever. You get people in and you say, we're really looking for people to be on these boards. We advertise it. We talk about what boards there are. And maybe you invite people down. And they get in and you give them a few minutes to talk, at least introduce themselves. Because one of the other things that happens is that nobody knows sometimes anybody else's candidate.
Yeah.
So maybe one of the things we ought to do, and they would get to know each other, is maybe we ought to invite anybody that's ever thought about being on one of these committees, and they could talk, we could show what committees are. This is a crazy idea, I know. But
Well,
maybe
I
they would,
think it's commonly referred to as a job fair.
so to speak. And then what I think you could do is that would give them an opportunity. Also, maybe you give everybody 3 to 5 minutes, and they would introduce themselves, say something about themselves, and you could ask a question about them. You know, how they feel about what they want to be on and why. At least you could have your own note sheet. You could make notes on everybody. But I think we got to find some new way to energize people to want to be on these committees, because we're not filling these boards, and I do think it affects you. My point is, if you'd like us to bring something back, I'll have the administrative side look at some different options for advertising. I think it's worth spending some money maybe to advertise. But maybe, I'm willing to do that. I'm even willing to put some crazy ideas out there, if you would like me to do that, and then we would discuss it out here. And then I could get some direction if you want us to get involved in trying to help you get candidates.
Mr. Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got, Leadership Volusia, and we've got those classes that come through all the time. It seems like they would be the normal recruiting ground, and why they don't show up and volunteer for. Do we discourage them? Do they get to look at Volusia County government and decide that they don't want to do it or something?
I think just the opposite. I think I think I've been very encouraged by the people that come through our program. They come out of this program a lot bigger believers. For some reason, we lose the connection between interested people and taking the time to volunteer. I think sometimes people get intimidated. And I think maybe if we made them more comfortable, really promoted it, talk about when they need a sign, we got to do something different.
Well, they seem like the natural recruiting ground. They've shown an interest in Volusia County government.
Right.
They have the time to spend at least attending those meetings,
Right.
so they would have time to do these meetings,
Right.
because they're not that demanding. Maybe we ought to get that list and start working that list a little bit, because they all seem like good people.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, maybe, I like that idea too. Maybe using that as the, hey, when you come in, we're going to go ahead and do all the paperwork. So all you got to do is say, yeah, I'd like to serve on that board. Because, we'll have their information right then and there. I agree with that. That's a good recruiting ground. I think that works. I think maybe
That's what it
maybe
should
more
be
than
used for.
more than one avenue. How many times a year do we run that thing, Citizens Academy? Ever know? Just once a year? We might have to increase that to twice a year just to make sure we get enough, because,
We have a backlog.
we do have a backlog.
But some of these are industry-specific.
Yes.
And district-specific. So having one general meeting and a general pool of people, take a look at the industries that we need to pull from. And the problem is, I've had people that wanted to serve. I don't have appointments. They're not, or they're in my district, and you need an appointment from your district. So there's not, and the problem with that, Mr. Deneen, is you gave them all the blue pill when they were done with that leadership. Yeah.
What'd you run out of red
Red
pills?
pill.
I want to give them the red one, that's
Ever.
right.
Okay. Give them the red pill.
So,
I'm just throwing this out because I think I'd like to schedule a time to talk about this if you want. But I really think I'm only trying to, throw crazy ideas out to say, we need to try and I think we need to do something. Because the frustration you get from elected officials, and I do think that you need to fill these boards, and I think there are people out there willing, and somehow we're not making the connection.
Well, so it
And
has
I'm
to be
disappointed that we're not getting young people.
It has to be targeted into some of these industries, because we're gonna get people that wanna serve, and we're gonna say, well, sorry, you don't live in the right district, or no, you don't fit this qualification or parameter that we've made.
Right.
So, I mean, we could get a whole bunch of really gung-ho people that wanna come in here and serve, and we can't fit them anywhere. That
Right.
would be disastrous.
Right.
Maybe removing some of the prerequisites, like, Volusia County Local Housing Assistant Plan, or the building industry in connection with I'm just reading it right here, in connection with affordable housing.
No,
I mean, we got,
no.
no, you don't think that'd be a
Nope.
good idea?
You know, what you're talking about, though, is being creative about how do we market to the specific groups. And maybe that's the plan. Maybe we have to have a different strategy for the different things that we have to fill. The only thing I'm sure of right now is whatever we're doing now, like, it ain't working. And Ms. Cusack will tell you, because she's talked to me about this repeatedly, she goes out of her way to tell me how many times she's tried to recruit people, and whatever we're doing, it's not working.
Mr. Lowry, you got a comment? You've been
I
very
just want to
patient.
chime in on this. On the Citizens Academy, do we have any kind of, in that training or in that time, to where we try to make a connect, to where we share with them the different boards that we have and explain what they are, and maybe get them to, it may take a multi-pronged effort here to solve this problem rather than just one thing, but maybe incorporating that in there to where when they get done, they know what our boards are, what the requirements are, and maybe then we would have even some that would go ahead and fill out a form then and have that ready to go.
I think that's a really good idea, and I think that's what Ms. Denny's is also getting at. Maybe we got to be more focused on individual groups where we have to have certain requirements. But maybe we need to kick it up a notch. For example, when they graduate, maybe we ought to take a piece of that meeting and have them prepared and try to sort of talk to them right there in front of everybody about committees they might be interested in, where you could reach right out to them then, where they would be less intimidated. Here's my point today, because I don't want to belabor it. I just want to see if it's okay for me to try and schedule something where we could talk about all these ideas, and I'll already have the administration look at some things for advertising and that, and try to come up with some crazy ideas, and then we could try to work on a plan. And I do think it's multifaceted. But I can't sit here as manager anymore and not at least say something, because we're just not, we're really struggling. And I think it hurts us if we don't have good boards.
I'd like to come up with more creative ideas, not crazy ideas, if we can.
Creative.
Yeah, creative ideas.
Well, I'll change that to creative, okay?
Appreciate that. Thanks, sir. Any other comments about this matter?
So is that a go?
Okay, everybody's good on that, and I'm getting the affirmative rattling, so we're good. Mr. Lowry, you have the next appointment for the Housing Advisory Committee.
Continuous, please.
I have a motion for continuance. Second by Ms. Denny's. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So carried. 34 has been continued. Okay. And we are now ready for the next item, which is item number 4, open a public hearing. Public hearing in accordance to ordinance 2016-11, amending administrative code and merit system rules and regulations. A staff report is with Mr. Denny.
I will start for a couple seconds and turn it over to Mr. Eckert. As you know, I think it's a lot of detail to this. We've talked to each council member privately to try and make sure that they understood what the issue was. I will say that I think, as manager, Dan and I have talked, we manage a lot of the administrative functions, especially personnel, through the administrative code and the merit system, and it's really important. But like a lot of things that are detailed over a period of time that are kind of dry, a lot of updates go lacking because other things are more important. Well, I do believe, and Dan agrees with me, that we have got to update the rules because we have not done a major or complete revision to look at the updates that need to be done since 1980 on these merit rules. The problem with that is that with all due regard, a lot of laws have changed in that period of time, and everything from language on laws to the naming of certain functions, like we really don't call it personnel anymore, it's really human resources. We need to clarify this, I think, in the merit rules. There's enough housekeeping to be done that what I'm suggesting today, and Dan's been really good about working with me on this, was that we would break this into some manageable pieces and fit it in during council meetings to allow you the opportunity to do some changes that clarify things. So this is, in my opinion, it's not a real wholesale change of anything. It's to get rid of things that are obsolete, to clarify some things in here, and to also put in paper the fact that we already have changed some processes, and we need to reflect that in the actual wording in the merit rules. So with that, unless anyone has any questions of me, I can let Dan explain to any degree that you'd like. I know that he's walked through this with all of you before. So with that, Mr. Chair, it's up to Dan on whether he has any additional comments or whether we're just going to wait for questions.
Mr. Eckert?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have had the opportunity to speak to each council member, and I think it would be to the benefit of the public just to say that the theme of these changes, well, first, the merit system is required by the charter. Was first adopted in August 1970. It was revised in 1980. It stood the test of time. We've had federal litigation where the court has recognized the due process is provided. It's a good ordinance. It has, and so, but like anything, over time you see the need for change. Here, the two themes that probably are predominant, and then there's a few other sub-themes, is to ensure consistent, the ability for the manager to initiate discipline in order to provide consistent and needed discipline, and the strengthening of the ability of the human resources director to, in some cases, prevent discipline from happening that's not consistent across the organization, or oversee other. So the overall goal here is to provide a consistent and fair discipline, non-discriminatory discipline across the organization. And the changes to the county in 8640 to the county manager's authority and to the human resources director's authority implement, those are twin themes, but to a single goal. And then we're in some cases we're revising practices that where it's appropriate to do so. We're providing that the overtime will be paid in accordance with the Fair Labor Standards Act. There was a time when the county had a 35-hour work week for its hourly employees. Actually, that persisted up until the 1990s, and a few still is the case in a few portions of the organization now. But here you'll be paying overtime in accordance with the prevailing law. Compensatory time will require the county approval of the county manager, so that that you do not have a liability building up organization-wide about that you don't really have a good tracking mechanism. The Personnel Board hasn't heard claims of discrimination in some time. You do have an effective method of redress where with investigations by your Human Resources Division, and employees retain the rights under the Florida to file complaints with the Florida Human Resources Commission and Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. The Personnel Board, hearing claims of discrimination, hasn't done so in some times, and it seems appropriate to remove that. Councilmember Cusack, in her comments to me, said, well, yes, I can see that, but we ought to say somewhere that what the mechanism of claims for employees is to file, to say that they feel like they're being discriminated against for whatever reason. And while we're not doing that in this draft, Section 8633 deals with the merit system, which is not in your text now. It deals with equal employment opportunity, and I think it's appropriate to recognize Councilmember Cusack's concern in a subsequent revision to say how an employee should seek to redress such claims. And in fact, the employee manual that they received addresses that, but it's appropriate to say in the merit system itself how those claims should be initiated. So those are the overall themes of it. We're also amending the administrative code to change the title of the Human Resources, Personnel Services Division to the Human Resources Division. The charter requires that both the administrative code and the merit system rules and regulations be amended by a 2/3 majority, so it would require 5 of your votes. The merit system, which you have adopted, directs it's really your direction, and so to be honored as you see fit, but it directs that consultation with the personnel board, and the manager did go to the personnel board in a notice meeting and reviewed these changes with them. We've changed the form somewhat since they've seen it, I think better organizing the powers of the portions dealing with the county manager to put it under that section. But it's the same substance, and I think there was no formal vote, but the comments from the personnel board were favorable, and actually they approving of the idea of trying to achieve consistent discipline, which is their concern, or at least one of the concerns that they have as they see the cases that come before them. So
as Dan said, I got an opportunity to speak to them. They were enthusiastic about. They understood that we have to make these changes. We need to update these rules because they have to uphold them. They have to make a recommendation to me based on that. They want to make sure that they're up to date. The other thing was, it is my responsibility to ensure that this organization is managed correctly, and I want to make sure that any discipline we do is not discriminatory. And I have to have a process in place that gives me a chance to make sure that, to the best of my ability, that happens. They agreed with me, and I think they were pretty enthusiastic about taking this on because it's kind of dry. You got to go through all this, and they looked at every change. But I'm happy to say that I think they were enthusiastic about it. You know what? We need to follow these rules, so let's make sure they're up.
So lastly, I would just say that while I'm presenting the issue, Mr. Moats is here, who administers the system, and Mr. Hargrove, who advises him, as well as Mr. Moore from my office, who works in this area, and who did actually did the draft of this ordinance. So we're here to answer your questions as you may have them.
Okay, very well. Is there any other staff reports on this matter?
No, sir.
Very well. We will close the staff reporting section and open up public participation. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak on this matter?
No slips have been received.
Okay, so we will now close the public participation section and end the public hearing and open up the council discussion. Mr. Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Move approval.
There is a motion for approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I hear a second from Mr. Lowry. Further discussion, Mr. Daniels? You still have the floor. You clear the floor. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I concur with the changes that we have here, and it's very important that we address the concerns that I have voiced in another section. I don't ever want anything to even have the appearance that we're not having every opportunity for our people have their grievances heard outside of our system. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments or discussion on this matter? The motion on the floor is for approval of ordinance 2016-11, amending the administrative code and merit system rules and regulations. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now you will be bringing us further changes because this is a very lengthy
Correct.
ordinance.
And the way we're going to do this, first of all, I want to thank the council for their support. I really think that these are the kind of behind-the-scenes, you know, things that are not really flashy, but they really matter in the long run if we have a problem. In other words, we will be judged by, you know, do we have the standards that we should, especially if we get into an issue, which these things can happen in a complex world where you can get into real arguments sometimes on dealing with issues with personnel. We will be bringing you sections at a time so that we don't try to put it all in front of you all at once, and also so that the personnel board can see it in pieces, so that we make sure that we don't have any missteps. And as Ms. Cusack said, we're going to definitely put in the document the process people should follow for any complaints on discrimination, which now has actually, since this was originally done in the 70s, has been strengthened enormously through state and federal law. And that'll be very clear in here. So we'll make sure that it's in this document on how you're supposed to follow that process. So with that, thank you. And yes, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to try and fit these in as the council so has the opportunity to review them. Thanks once again, and we're going to be right on time, it looks like,
For our 10 o'clock thing.
Our 10 o'clock.
And Ms. Cusack, would you join me downstairs, down in the front, please?
Yes. Just as a closing comment, if we're going to be seeing this in pieces, that we would try to expeditiously get that done and not drag it out so that we can have it done.
Absolutely.
In the timely
Absolutely.
manner.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
And for the record, I'm passing the gavel to Mr. Patterson. And Ms. Cusack, could you join me in front of the dais?
Guess I'm in the chair. Okay, next up, item number.
Mr. Patterson, there's no item number. This is going to be a presentation.
Okay, we have a presentation, special proclamation, consent associated with consent agenda 15, outside proclamations. Mr. Chair, Ms. Cusack. Mr. Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. It is with great honor that we get to do this today. So, and I understand that the family members of Elizabeth Darling McRae are present. If you would please join us here. And Ms. Cusack, it would be my honor to give you this proclamation to present to this family.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to the members of the council. I'm honored that we would have the privilege and the opportunity to present to you a person of great standard and character from this community that I have known all of my life. This was my mom's friend, Mrs. McRae. And with Mrs. McRae is one of my classmates who's pushing her, Lewis. And this is all of Mrs. McRae's family, and her pastors here, her daughters and son-in-laws and grandkids. And so we're just so proud to have them here. I have the honor of doing this again on her actual birthday, which we'll be celebrating on the 25th day of June. So, and not to be selfish, Ms. McRae, I'm going to let the chairman read this proclamation because I'll be there to read that one. I'll just share the wealth that they can all get to hear and know you, Mrs. McRae. Is that all right with you? I guess silence gives consent. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you're recognized to read the presentation proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Are you ready, Ms. McRae? You ready for this? Oh, hell no, she says. She ain't ready yet.
Kids are waiting on you. Okay, well, we're gonna read this to you while they wait.
Okay, we're gonna make them wait. All right, kids. All the kids are gonna wait here. All right. Whereas Elizabeth Darling McRae was born on June 26th, 1916, to Joseph and Julia Webster Darling in Orange Bend, Florida. And whereas she married the Reverend Joseph McRae on August 19th, 1934, and they had 9 children, all of whom graduated from high school and 5 of whom completed college. And whereas in 1951 they moved to DeLand, where Miss McRae worked as a cook and a housekeeper for 2 families for 30 years, and Reverend McRae worked as a landscaper. And whereas after retiring, Miss McRae became a volunteer for the Council on Aging and worked at the Montessori School, where she took care of babies and toddlers for 8 years. And whereas she is an active member of the Greater Bethlehem Baptist Church, a lifetime member of the Queen of the South, number 141, Order of the Eastern Star, a charter member of Joshua Court, number 79, Heroines of Jericho, and a member of the NAACP. Boy, you got a lot of memberships. Where do you find the time? And whereas her secrets, and whereas Miss Elizabeth McRae, whose beloved husband died in 2000, is the proud and loving grandmother of 28 grandchildren, 50 great-grandchildren, and 14 great-great-grandchildren. I think that deserves an applause right there. And whereas her secrets to longevity are putting God first in her life, caring for others, loving her family, driving her own car, and eating fresh vegetables. I'm on it. I'm on it. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim June 25th, 2016 as Elizabeth Darling McRae Day here in Volusia County, and we urge all residents to honor this outstanding woman on her 100th birthday. Congratulations, Ms. McRae, and we have all signed this, all the council. We are so proud to have you here in our community, all the great work you've done, and I don't know how you have that many grandchildren and still have your hair. I have 1 grandchildren, and see what it's happened. So congratulations and happy 100th birthday.
You want to say something about today and your birthday?
Yeah.
You can
Say it right in that microphone. It's all yours.
Yeah, all y'all can say it.
On behalf of the council, we thank you so much because this is truly an honor to have our mom for almost 100 years. Thank you so much, Ms. Cusack, for all your time and effort to make this a beautiful day for all of us. And if you would allow me just to introduce my family members.
Oh, please.
This is Angela Livingston, Mom's oldest granddaughter. This is her mom, Martha Livingston. This is my oldest brother, Louis McRae. The baby sister, Celestine Thomas. My husband on the end, Jamel Corley. And my nephew, her other grandson, David Livingston, the second, and her illustrious pastor, Reverend Wendell Rollison. And in the back, we have my daughter, Stephanie, one of my 5 daughters, Stephanie. Come up here. And Keonta Kaham, I have to say something about Keonta because in my mom's late 70s, she saw the need to raise this young lady. And to God be the glory, she graduated from Florida Memorial College on Saturday. And I see my friend in the back. Stand up, Shirley. Shirley Ross. I told her at the last minute, come on up. And my name is Betty Corley. Thank you all so much.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Patterson, I relinquish the floor to you, sir.
Thank you. Council members? Ms. Denny's recognized.
This is the proof of generational blessings and having your priorities in life right. Happy birthday. I don't know what else to say. Happy birthday. Your family speaks is the biggest tribute and legacy for you. You're a blessed family. You have a strong foundation. Councilwoman Cusack, thank you. Thank you for bestowing this honor that's much deserved. And you set the bar pretty high. Just happy birthday. We can eat cake. We can eat cake. Thank you.
Mr. Lowry, Dr. Lowry.
I read those priorities, God, family, vegetables, etc. I would say go and do thou likewise. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ditto all the comments, actually. That was the best one. You take advice from someone that makes it to 100. So those are great words of wisdom, and I'll share those with my kids. So thank you, everyone.
Well, eat the vegetables, right?
Organic at our house. So, my wife, strict rule.
And I'll finish up the comments here. I'm always enjoy meeting people as I've traveled around this county, especially those that are part of our greatest generation, because they have so much to pass on to us. I know many times my mother, who's 88 years old and still going strong, when she sits down with my grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, and they hear some of the stories of growing up on a farm in Michigan where you had an outhouse, no inside plumbing, and the stories, and they just totally bewilders. But without that kind of institutional knowledge, it really brings back, how great this country really is and where we've gone over the years. So thank you. Thank you, Mrs. McRae, for everything you've done all your life. We'll have a.
May I make a motion, Mr. Patterson?
You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I would like to take a short recess so we could clear the chambers. And I think, Ms. Dennis, you said we should have cake?
We should eat. Can anybody sing? I can't sing. Can anybody sing?
We can do that. If you want, we could do that out with the cake.
Let's do it out with a cake.
We'll do that out with the cake. Okay, so the motion is take a short recess so we can celebrate this wonderful woman's 100th birthday.
Yes.
Oh, and we'll take pictures and all that good stuff. We have plenty of cameras here.
Have a motion for a recess without objection. Show the motion passes. Thank you.
You gotta hit the If the chambers could please come to order. And if, okay, I have all the council here present. Oh, cool. All right, we're going to move on here to item number 5. It's a pretty short morning here. It all depend on how long it takes to get through this. So I guess we're going to give the floor. This is item number 5, Library Services, a mini budget workshop. It says Donna Butler.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, Mr. Deneen. Oh, yes, it does say. And we're going to have to change this on the agenda. We started that. I would really like to continue on that so I don't look all over
No,
the
we'll
place.
mark that for you. Today, what we'd hoped to do was to have Lucinda go through what's going on with the library system. This is all good news. It's very positive. One of the big things that's going on with the library system is to stay relevant, they have to keep up with the changes in our society. And I do think that there's sort of a myth going on because of so many people using the internet that somehow people are drifting away from not using library services. That's not true. Now that we've moved in that direction, and she does a lot of things, it's brought a lot of people back to the library system, together with nothing supplants human contact, especially with kids and families, in terms of dealing with issues. And so one of the things, this is one time why I don't call it mission creep. This is called mission evolution. This is where we evolve to meet the changes in the society and try to do stuff that makes a big difference for people. And so some of these programs that Lucinda's involved with is a way to basically help get people the help they need, the information they need, and quite frankly, it helps the education basis, which in the end results with people better educated and get better jobs and have better quality of life. And some of these programs really get to the heart of the matter. The wonderful thing that Volusia County did, and I do mean, long before I got here, unlike some counties, they decided to incorporate the library system into a large regional system, and the county took it over, with the idea that you would have fewer small libraries, and eventually that whole concept of the small library is going to disappear because the real use of these big libraries is the big regional libraries, mainly because they can keep up with the changes in society and they can deal with these evolutionary issues. And once people get connected that way, it really matters to a lot of people. And what Lucinda does, downloading books, download music, she allows people also that cannot afford those things the opportunity to use the system to download. So it really makes a difference to a lot of people. And I really think that we are more important to a lot of people. In some ways, if we are a little biased, I think that the lesser income that people have, in some cases, the more dependent they are on the library system, which is a very good use of public dollars. I think it's a correct way. So with that, Lucinda, you want to walk us through? Also, Ms. Denny's had asked, and I'm going to pass out a separate handout. Did you get the separate handout? Okay, it was passed out to you. She had asked whether there was a way, and I appreciate Lucinda putting this together, for her to put in some charts, specific usage per branches. So we get some feel for where the real impact is in terms of how people access our different libraries. Lucinda?
Thank you, Mr. Deneen. Lucinda Coley, Library Services Director, and I want to thank you.
Ms. Coley,
Yes.
if you look to your left hand, there's a button on the side. Could you raise that up because the microphones don't go up there?
Take my shoes off.
Well, I mean, if you could, the whole thing lifts up.
It's up.
Yeah, push it up all the way. Is it up all the way?
I'm very tall.
Okay.
Sorry.
Get her a chair. Okay.
Take my shoes off. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today to update you on the Library Services Division. As Mr. Deneen said, the library needs of library users continue to change before our eyes, and the decisions we make and how we respond is shaping our libraries and transforming them in Volusia County. And so today I hope to give you a snapshot of how we are transforming library services and show you the important role that library services still play in the lives of the residents here in Volusia County in this digital age. We are working as we move forward to find ways to shift from our transactional interactions, check in and check out. where we utilize the skill, talent, training of our staff to provide transformational interactions with our users, and I hope you'll see that in the presentation today. Our mission is to creating opportunities for personal growth, improving quality of life, and strengthening the community. And hopefully we're thinking about that in every decision that we make. And I wanted to start with some library use statistics. And these are items checked out in our branch libraries. These are the physical items, the books, the audio, CDs, DVDs, and so forth. And you'll see a huge kind of reduction between fiscal year 12 and 13. And as some of you will recall, that was when we decided to reduce the number of reservations patrons were allowed to place on DVDs. We reduced to one to help reduce our workload, and we were shipping those DVDs around the county every couple of days. So these are the physical items. And a Pew Research study recently showed that 80% of U.S. residents still believe that books are very important in their public libraries. So the next slide then shows our downloaded books, ebooks, audiobooks, and music. And as you'll see, that just continues to rise in use as we are able to add more content for our library users to download to their devices, their phones, their tablets, their computers. And we just see that continuing to rise on a monthly basis. And then the next slide of library use statistics really is when you combine all of that circulation, both the items that get checked out in the branches as well as the electronic checkouts, because you have to use your library card. You check them out for a period of time. They disappear when your time is up, or you can renew them. So that our overall circulation of library materials continues to increase about 5% a year. As we've added new formats and collection types, we have not increased our overall spending on that budget line. What we've done is we have used what we believe are evidence-based decision-making techniques to reduce in other areas in order to increase in the formats and the databases with information that our library users are looking for in the library. The next slide shows our current library card users, and by current library card users, I mean those folks that have used their card in the last 3 years. We have a lot more registered borrowers than this, but these are the folks that have actually been using their card during the last 3 years. And we're doing a better job of letting folks know when their card's getting ready to expire. We've been sending them letters and notification emails so that they know their card's going to expire. And this is really important for our online users because we get calls from someone who, maybe it's a long-haul truck driver that lives in Volusia County and he's somewhere out of state, and he downloads our materials and his card expired, so he can't access his ebooks or his audiobooks. And so we'll go ahead and renew that for him. And we, our cards expire every 3 years, so we can update the information on the card. The next set of slides, the next is the, I was asked to provide some branch specific statistics on usage. So I have a few slides. And the first slide is the circulation by branch. So these are the physical items that circulate in the branches last fiscal year, the number of items. And as you'll see, the 6 regionals are our top 6, and they take the bulk of circulation. They're open 7 days a week, and our larger facilities, larger collections. And then the 2 next, DeBerry and Edgewater, they're open 6 days a week. Those are our full-service community branches. And then the final 5 are our 5 small community branches, and they're open about 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday. The next, this is our overall program attendance by branch in fiscal year 2015. Programming, classes, computer classes, we do cultural programs, reading programs, story times, just a wide variety of programming in the libraries. And of course, once again, the regional libraries take up the bulk of that. And then it drops off from there. They have the bigger meeting rooms, open more days a week, more hours, a larger staff to plan programming. The next slide shows our children's programming attendance by branch. And of course, Port Orange has large children's population in their community, so they're doing a lot of programming, as does Deltona. The Deltona Library and Port Orange do, if not daily, several times a day programs, whether that's preschool, after school, teen programs, very, very active. And they have, both of those libraries are close to schools and have the kids that walk to the library after school, especially middle schoolers. So we have very active teen and preteen programs in those libraries. And then the next slide just shows adult programming in the libraries. And adult programming and children's and teen programs, a lot of the cost of those programs is supplemented by our Friends of the Library groups. They pay for, like if we bring in a performer, a lot of times they will fund those additional expenses or pay for some extra craft materials for a craft program. Something that's become very popular just the last 6 months are these adult coloring programs. And we have had a couple of those in the libraries and very popular in attendance. So if you want to relieve some stress, come to a coloring program.
No. Adult coloring programs, like with crayons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're not talking like just regular adults,
Regular adults.
over 21.
Yes.
Up.
Last month, for the first time in a very long time, book sales outpaced ebook sales.
Mhm.
And they're saying it's because of the adult coloring books that people are buying. Just saying. We're not buying them. We don't have any in our collection, but we have been doing some programming with coloring programs.
Hmm.
I'm not touching.
I mean,
Yeah, I know.
remember, okay. All right, council. Remember, this is a PG-13 program here, guys.
We're not circulating any adult coloring books, but they have them. So, and then our final slide is teen programming. And teens, it's a difficult age to capture for programming. And we're finding a lot of success with maker-type programs. The Deltona Library has an after-school coding club where they come in and learn to do computer programming. And that's been very popular. We have which I'll talk about a little bit later, Makerspace area at the Daytona Library. So they've been successful with creating a hacker club for younger folks. Well, it's programming. They call it hacker club. So, and then the last is the gate count. These are the number of users that we count that come through the doors during fiscal year 2015 by branch. That come in either to check out materials, use computers, ask reference questions, attend a program. Okay. So, sorry.
I was about to ask you, are you done?
No.
No, we're not done.
Okay, it's on there. So the next slide in the PowerPoint, we have been working with a program called Analytics on Demand with Gale Cengage, and they use Experian data. And we load our data into this program, and it gives us information about who our users are, about what gets checked out, who checks materials out. And what I've provided for you, and I certainly won't read this, but this is on any given day, on average, these are our top 50% of our library card users in the branches, coming into the branches, checking out materials. That doesn't mean that they don't have children, but these are 11% are retirees living in settled residences and communities, 10% are lower middle class baby boomer aged households, and so forth. This really helps us tailor our programs and especially our collections as we look to meet user needs with our resources that are available. The next slide shows what, based on the demographics of those folks who are checking out library materials, the presence of children in the household. And so based on the demographics, the geographic locations of those addresses, a little over almost 33% of the households of those folks using the library to check out materials have children or likely have children in their household. And about 57% are not likely to. So we know that there's a significant number of those library card users who have children and are checking out children's materials. And they may not have a separate card for their child, so they're using an adult card. And so you can't strictly go by the card. So it's based on where they live in the community. And then this is what gets checked out. These are the top 10 formats. And for those of us that have had the DVD discussion many, many times, this is, I think, very encouraging that 39.5% of what's checked out in a branch on any given day, our branches, is 39.5%. And then 23.4% of what gets checked are juvenile books. And then adult DVDs are at 6.2%. And I'm also encouraged to see that juvenile DVDs don't even fall in the top 10 formats. So our community, we have a community of readers, which is wonderful. So these are some of our recent library accomplishments. We've been focusing a lot on early learning, family literacy, and several of our larger library branches have added LAPSIT programs for babies and guardians and parents, movement programs for young children.
Lucinda, can I jump in for a second? These kind of initiatives with children have been on the agenda for previous councils for her to do new things to bring people to the forefront of reading. So some of the initiatives you have here are things that over the time when we've had mini budgets on library in the past, part of it was staying relevant, but was also how do we interact more with children to get them educated and get them interested in reading. So some of these things you're going to see are programs that I have to give credit to the council members and the former council members to some degree who pushed us to do some of these initiatives and said they would like to see the library system modify the way it interacts with the public. So some of these have been astronomically successful.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. We've always done children's story times, but we're working on modifying those programs so that we're raising, or children are ready to learn or learning to read and are prepared to go into kindergarten. So one of the initiatives that we started is our 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten program, and it encourages parents and guardians to read with young children. And our goal is 1,000 books before kindergarten, which is very easy. If you have children that you read to, you know how quickly you can get to 1,000. And we started this in 2015, and we have a little over 1,400 preschoolers who are registered. And for those who have returned their logs to us, they've read over 96,000 books. And this is a partnership with our Friends of the Library groups, and they provide milestone prizes and parties when they reach 1,000 books. And if they'll allow us, we'll take their photograph and put it on our Facebook page, and we do it up big when they reach their 1,000. And a lot of them have started over. Once they reach 1,000, a lot of them will start over again. We've also added early learning computer stations and family computers in our larger children's rooms. And the early learning stations have about 80 different software learning games on them, and they're designed to work a adult with a child. You don't just sit the child in front of the computer. It's interactive, where they're working with them, maybe learning their alphabet, basic number games, that type of thing. And so that helps them, once again, get ready to learn and ready for kindergarten. And then we added family computers in our larger children's rooms. And that allows our parents who are applying for a job or applying for benefits, and they have children with them in tow, that moves them out of the adult computer room, because if you have children or you've worked with young children, it's hard for them to sit still for very long. So this puts them in the children's room where there's other things that the children can be doing, maybe if they're older, on one of the children's computers, or sit reading a book, but really in the children's room, so the parents can do their computer business that they need to do while still being attentive to their children. And that has really been very successful for us. As you all know, we received a 3D printer grant, and our goal was to expose library users or non-users, our community, to this new technology. And we had 29 hands-on labs where our folks who came in actually were able to make something. And we had over 1,000 attendees at those programs during the grant cycle. And since then, we're still continuing to move those 3D printers around the county, and this month they're in the DeBerry Library. So we're going to continue to use them until they don't print anymore, because they've really seen some heavy use. Also, we had a partnership that continues with Embry-Riddle and the Friends of the Library in Daytona to create Launchpad, which is a makerspace area at the Daytona Beach Regional Library. It allows folks to explore opportunities in science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And they offer a wide variety of programming in the makerspace. They have a 3D printer that's there all the time. They do basic circuit building, some small robotics. They do coding. They have flight simulation software. They have some small drones and sewing machines, which has been very popular, the programs. We have volunteers who teach sewing and donated sewing machines, and those have been very popular. We have a maker club for boys and girls, middle school age, and most of our classes in there are volunteer-led. And that's been very successful. Before the holidays, they have a green screen and digital camera. People could come in and take family photos, and then they could select their background for their Christmas cards, and they put it on a little jump drive, and they could take it somewhere and print it, and it was very successful. Our e-labs, we have laptop computer labs in addition to all of our public access PCs in 8 locations. The laptop computer labs were purchased by the Friends of the Library groups, and we provide one-on-one assistance and small classes. And we help folks that need a little extra assistance with registering for email accounts, might need some help on, putting together their resume or applying for a job, maybe filling out an unemployment claim for the first time, and provide other e-government assistance, and we can help them navigate through that process. And of course, our summer reading programs, we have those at all locations, and our goal is to stem the student achievement losses over the summer when kids are not in school. And in fiscal year 2015, we had 625 planned programs for children and teens, with over 24,000 in attendance, and that was a 31% increase over the previous year. So we're very excited that folks are attending those programs, and our Friends of the Library also help pay for a lot of the performers that they have come in to present programs during the summer. Our passive programs, those are the reading logs. Kids keep track of their reading. There might be a make and take craft, might be some coloring sheets for the younger kids, and so those are our passive programs. Something that we've received notoriety, I guess, in Florida libraries for is our library cruiser. This was part of the American Library Association has annually, it's Outside the Lines, where you come up with ideas to promote the library in a different way in your community. And we came up with the idea of the library cruiser, which some large cities have already done it, but this was new to us. And Our carpenter designed it and put it together for us. And so we take it out to public places and community events. We've had it at farmers markets, art festivals. We've taken it out to ball fields throughout the county. We haven't really had it on the beach yet. We had it at the Florida Library Association conference, which was on the beach, but we didn't take it on the beach. So we register people for library cards. We have a small collection of materials. Sometimes people actually check them out. Otherwise, it just shows them what's available. It's a hotspot, so that, you know, it has a Wi-Fi connection, so we can show them what we have available 24/7 in our e-resources. You know, how to download music, maybe show them how to do it on their phone when we're out in the community. So we're really excited about that, and the library branches book it in advance, and we deliver it to the location. Money Smart Week is an initiative that we've been involved in since 2012. It's also an American Library Association initiative and the Federal Reserve of Chicago. And we plan programs and make materials available to help consumers better manage their personal finances. And it's really grown in attendance from around 300 people attending in the first year. We had over 1,300 people attend programs just this past April. So it's really programs for all ages. The children sometimes make piggy banks. The teens learned about saving money and getting a job. We had programs on retirement planning, couponing, just a wide variety of programs. Something that I wanted to mention that we've been doing in two of our library branches, our small library branches, we have been participating in the summer food program for children, and this will be our 4th year at the Dickerson Heritage Library in Daytona and the Orange City Library. And last year we served a little over 2,500 meals and snacks to children that came to the library during the summer. We just think it's a great opportunity for us. We also try to do a little library programming while they're there for their lunch or snack, and it's been very successful. Go ahead.
Ms. Cusack, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Who provides the funding for the meals?
The funding actually comes from the state, comes through community assistance, and they're one of our, I think, 80 sites that we have annually that provides summer food to kids that want to come in.
One thing, if I can add to that, Don and I talked about, for some of these kids that end up getting their lunches at school, without this, some of these kids don't have lunches. So this in some cases is filled in for people who didn't.
I understand the concept. I just wonder if they would
No, I meant for the public.
participate in that program,
Right.
that summer school program, and that's what it is.
I wasn't directing that as much to you, Ms. Cusack, as it was to the public.
Oh, okay.
Is that I don't think they understand. Sometimes these kids, this is their opportunity because they don't have food.
And those are two locations where we have children, especially during the summer, that come to the library because, you know, it's a safe place to be, and they may not have someone at home because they're working. So,
Can I have a question, please?
Yes, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're going to talk about this program, you've got one in Daytona and one out west. Where are the locations in Southeast Volusia?
we tried to do it one year in Edgewater, and we didn't get enough children. I think that so many of the children in Southeast Volusia, what we found, were in summer programs where they I know the summer food program is in Southeast.
We can get you an entire list. It was recently approved by council. I'll get a list for you and get it to you today.
Well, what about Oak Hill? Did you try the Oak Hill site?
We didn't because we didn't feel like we had enough room. We also looked at Pearson as a site. Those facilities are so small, and you have to bring in a refrigerator, and we could certainly, I mean, I'm not opposed to it, it's just that we don't really have the capacity.
Okay, and I don't want to get off on that rabbit trail during your library presentation, but I would like to see where this, Ms. Butler, where it is in Southeast Volusia. I won't sidetrack your presentation.
No, I just think we did try it in Edgewater, and we looked at Oak Hill and Pearson, but our facilities are small. We don't have any meeting room capacity. And the final item here is the Big Read Grant, which you all approved for today for the 2017 cycle. We were very pleased when we were awarded a grant from the National Humanities of the Arts last year, and we presented over 70 programs about To Kill a Mockingbird, and we had over 4,200 people attend our program. So we're very excited, and we will be planning programs for The Great Gatsby this next year. To highlight services, I just wanted to highlight the County Council approved them in a recent meeting, and the first year that we had them, we piloted them through funds from the Library Endowment Fund, and they were very, very successful, and so we've added them to our library budget. And again, we reduced in other formats or other services in that line in order to add them. But since adding lynda.com, which offers just a wide variety of learning opportunities and certificate programs for our library card users, we've had 2,200 hours of training viewed, and we have 921 current unique library users. And most of what they're taking are technology courses, and Photoshop, Flash Professional, programming, HTML, Excel, Windows. And the goal is for those folks who are underemployed or looking for employment where they need these technical skills, they can get this training with their library card through lynda.com. And we had an employee that works for us. He was a library associate working in a branch, and on his own time, he really upped his technical game and was able to interview for and was promoted to a library IT analyst. And he was able to answer all the questions and knew his stuff and has done a great job. And he will credit lynda.com for helping him get that promotion. The other is tutor.com. That's available to our students between 4 p.m. and 11 p.m. We've received just a nice number of positive comment cards, emails from parents thanking us for adding tutor.com. If you have a kid or know of a kid or even a college student, because they go really from grades 4 through college level, math, science, writing, grammar, those are probably the most popular subject areas. I can tell you that it's saved my daughter in her advanced math class this year, so it's been a great addition. Some of the efficiencies that we've tried to achieve over the last few years, we had a library administration reorganization through attrition, and we reduced our management from 6 regional librarians to 3. They now manage each of them manages 2 regional libraries plus community branches in their area. We unfunded then 2 regional librarians and 1 librarian 5 position. And then we promoted from within some librarian 2s to librarian 3s for reference section heads and gave them more responsibility. Our benefits have been more consistency system-wide, improved efficiencies in overall operations, better staffing coverage. Some of our branches have 1 or 2 staff members, so we're able to pull people from more locations to cover. Just some other personnel savings. We converted 2 of our children's librarians positions to para-librarian associate positions. And so we had salary savings overall of about $112,000 ongoing per year. And we continue to have 14.5 unfunded positions. Something else that we've done is we've moved to floating collection for all of our physical collections. We're one system. We have 1 large collection. So the items are shelved where they are checked in. So if someone puts a reservation on a Deltona item and they live in Ormond Beach, it gets shipped to Ormond Beach. And if they return it to Ormond Beach or Daytona Beach, wherever they return it, it sits until someone else needs that item. So the items are moving throughout the library system. So it keeps our collections refreshed. The items are available as soon as they're checked in, and they're not in transit going back to the other library then to be pulled for someone somewhere else. The smaller branches that have smaller collections, it really helps them keep fresh new materials on the shelf. I've heard that especially from Oak Hill. They like having all kinds of new materials on the shelf. It reduced our workload. The materials handling, the loading and unloading of bins, reduces our courier, transport, just less in-house processing of materials. Everything's processed the same. One branch isn't doing something creative with the materials. So it's less processing. A lot of our processing is now done remotely and directly shipped to the branches. Reduces the physical wear and tear on the items, so it extends the life of the materials. We're not replacing popular items.
But you know, if I can say this to the council, the library, as much as we make changes, just to highlight, and this is true with a lot of our other services, is that I am constantly on Lucinda about finding ways to cut costs, because we have tried not to raise the rate on the library fund for a couple of years. And some of these funds, like these, run without a lot of extra revenue coming in. And so we try to make the changes to stay relevant in all our departments, but we still constantly have to find ways to reduce personnel and cut costs to stay within the limits of the growth in these funds based on homestead exemptions, things like that. So a lot of these efficiencies are very important for us.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Guzak.
on that same note, then, would you suppose that the 14 and a half positions are due to that?
In other words, these are on the books, but they're unfunded, because I'm not funding them at this point. I do not have the money to fund those. We have not eliminated them in the sense that if we ever need them, it's easier just to
You
use
need
it.
them if you have funding.
In other words, if I have both, if I have the need, for sure, but I have to have the funding for them, and then we could reinstitute them if we need them. But I have to have the funding, and quite frankly, we are try to stay very lean in terms of funding.
And we're anticipating that we will not be asking to refund these, and partly due to our proposed efficiency, which will be coming before the county council soon. We recently completed an RFP process for RFID tagging and self-check technology. And we've set aside that money back in 2009, and we're now happy that we've waited, or it's taken us this long to get to this point, because the cost of the technology has gone down significantly since that time. So what we'll be bringing before you soon is a proposal where we plan to tag all of the physical items in the collection. And in doing that, my staff has been working to make sure that they have gone through their collections, that they've weeded out the dead materials, and that we will be tagging those items that folks check out and are looking for on our shelves. We're planning to begin by adding self-check-out stations at our 8 largest branches, and also implementing self-service reservation pickup, which we're piloting right now in New Smyrna Beach and Port Orange, and it seems to be working very well.
Yeah, these will be two of the really significant changes that'll stand out to our users.
And then we're also, in that proposal, we'll be looking at self-check-in through the book drop at 2 of our busiest libraries, Ormond Beach and Port Orange, where once they put the item into the book slot, it's automatically checked in. So there won't be someone scanning those items. They'll be pulling the slips if they need to ship it somewhere or put it on the reservation shelf. Our goal at full implementation, which is not where we'll be starting, but full implementation is 85% self-checkout. And the benefits, the surveys show that 85% of library users prefer quick self-service checkout. And with RFID technology, they can check out a stack of 5 or more items at a time. They want to be able to swipe their card, check out their items, and head out the door. And in our busiest library, I know Ormond Beach, we changed the way we were doing our new books. We didn't have as many items on the new bookshelf. And I got call after call after call from people who said they wanted more items back on the shelves, which we put back on the shelves, because they like to grab them and go. And so that's part of the benefit of self-service checkout. And it also helps us shift our staff from these transactional interactions, where they're standing there checking items out, to transformational engagement with our library users, helping them find what they need on the shelves, planning programs, presenting programs, computer training, and really, you know, we still utilize a lot of volunteers. We have 55,000 volunteer hours last year. However, most of them are not checking out materials because as the technology has gotten more, I won't say complicated, but we upgrade frequently. So that a lot of them prefer the back room duties or shelving books, that type of thing. So most of our checkout on the front desks is done by paid library employees. So this will help us transition those folks who are talented, creative, intelligent folks that can be doing more and interacting with patrons in a very positive way. It will also help us compensate for those. We have 13.5 of our unfunded positions are branch positions. So this is what library users like about self-checkout. Faster, easier, reduces errors. If an item doesn't get checked in, if it's missing a disc. Now, if we just scan the barcode and someone forgets to check, then we have a problem. It protects privacy. You know, people don't always want everybody seeing what they're checking out. And the stations are informative. The system we're looking at will provide recommendations for other items they might like to check out or program information when they go through the self-checkout. And self-check-in, the items are returned as soon as they're put in the slot. It frees their card to check out more items. We have a limit of 5 DVDs. It'll automatically check them in, and they can proceed to checking out 5 more. Of course, it will not check in the items if the content is missing. So this is what I see as our challenges moving forward. Balancing new library services and technology while continuing to provide traditional library services. And people want both. And so we're really always trying to use evidence-based decision-making when we're deciding whether or not to buy 10 more bestsellers in this format or that format. So we're really looking at the data constantly to make decisions about library services. Finding ways to reach our non-library users with information about library services that are beyond traditional library services. You know, those folks who think that it's the library they went to when they were a kid, and it's just not. And that's partly our job, is getting out in the community and making sure that we're doing a good job of promoting all the resources that are available, whether they go into a library or not. 24/7 is, you know, like it just continues to grow and grow, that usage. And the final challenge, it will be successfully implementing the self-service technology and making sure that it's user-friendly and that it enhances the user experience in the library and doesn't detract from it. And that's my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a statement, ma'am, Ms. Butler?
Yes, Donna DeMarsh Butler. I have a response for Ms. Denny's. We got a list and we'll hand them all out to you, but as a quick summary, there were 8 in Southeast Volusia, 3 in New Smyrna Beach, 4 locations in Edgewater, and 1 in Oak Hill. You're welcome, and I'll give you all copies of that.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Colleen, you might want to come back up, because this is where the council gets to ask questions and have comments for you. I'll go ahead and kick this off. You know, I'm very, very proud to say that I am one of your 21,000 users out of Pearson.
Oh, awesome.
I've had a library card with Volusia County for about 15 years. Our only problem is, and I've been asked this by the citizens, and when are we getting a bigger library in Pearson? This thing, I kid you not, we've got a broom closet in the back. No, actually, back here where we are, if nobody's been to the Pearson Library, this little back room here where we go and have our coffee and, you know, sit prior to an opening, that's bigger than our library. We've got enough room for maybe 100 books.
I don't know, I can get you the exact number.
I know,
believe
but
there are more than 100.
I'm sure it's more than 100. But I mean, it's really cramped, but here's our problem. Well, no, this is not a problem. This is actually one of the great things. That's also been designated as a safe home. if there's a kid out in the street and they having a problem or something, even a bully from the school, because the school's right around the corner. If a kid, and I saw this, a kid was getting bullied by this other kid. This kid ran right into the library. The bully stopped right at the door. He's like, I'm not going in there. I mean, it's a safe harbor. It is actually, and it's hard to believe in this time of our lives and the history of this world, it's actually a center of our community. There are more people in our library per capita than I've seen even in Port Orange Library. So, I mean, it's a great place to be. And it's all out there. It's all run by one or two volunteers. The mayor's wife is
It's a full-time employee.
Oh, she is?
Yes.
Oh, she told me a story. She says, I'm a volunteer. She did. She told me she volunteered out there.
Maybe she met somewhere
I
else.
know. I heard a story at the library. How dare that happen?
No, we have a,
Well, Mr. Chair, it is possible that she works for us, but she volunteered to work with you.
maybe.
That's a possibility.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Could be.
Just
I'll-
kidding.
I'll let that one go. But anyways, so.
I would just.
But no, we do have a couple other volunteers that come in there, but it's such a cramped facility. And there was a rumor, and this is the question, there was a rumor that we were getting a bigger building in the future, working out something with the school system somewhere. Have you heard any of this rumor?
I have not.
No, we have not heard this rumor? Okay. I really think yes, well, thank you. It was a rumor, an unsubstantiated fact, but I asked the person who knows.
Actually, this system was designed. It's a very difficult process to go through. It was really designed over time to eliminate the small libraries and have just the big regional libraries. That's really how this system was developed, with the idea, and it's happening because of technology and of having less reliance on the small libraries, because the problem is that on a per capita basis, it costs a lot more to staff the small places because of the amount of volume of traffic versus what somebody can handle in one of the big libraries. But that's always difficult because people don't want to give them up. Now, we've had some since I've been here that we just pulled the plug on. Daytona Beach, a couple of them we had that
Holly Hill.
We had to.
Yeah.
Because we could show how we can deliver the services, a lot better quality services, by staying with the consolidated approach.
Well, I will tell you that, and I'm fighting for the Pearson Library, because reading is fundamental. That's the old campaign, and it's true. That place is so used. It's not even, it's amazing. I mean, we have actually, it's hard to believe, 12, 13, 10-year-old kids in there reading books, not playing on iPads, not playing on computers, but really reading books, checking out books, doing their homework. Our little library is more of almost a community center, because a lot of the parents are out there working, and a lot of them work out in the farms in the local area, and they can't get the kids, but the kids know they can go to the library.
Well,
And they stay there at the library, and they're doing their homework, they're asking for help, and that place gets so crowded at times. I mean, you know, I've gone in to pick up a book or drop off a movie or whatever, or just check in, and the place is just packed with kids and adults, and we just can't move around too well. So it's kind of like, you know, maybe we need to think of something. If there's a private investor out there that would like to buy us a library building, let's talk.
You know, our small collections, we try to remind all those facilities that, you know, they really have access to more than 1 million items.
Right.
They just need to place reservations, and we need to make sure we're teaching.
And
them how to
speaking of that reservation process, you said there are books that are downloadable to these, and I know how the system works. At the end of it, it says, well, you got to recheck it out, or we're going to delete it off your system. Is there any thoughts in the future for movies?
We do. Hoopla is one of our services that has movies available. So
Okay,
yes,
I haven't
so if
heard
you go
about
on
that one yet.
Hoopla,
Okay.
You can stream movies. I mean, they're obviously not current movies, but there are movies available. on Hoopla.
And I can't say volunteers enough, because we don't do anything without volunteers, and they really are the lifeblood of the library system. I mean, it's just amazing how much they do, how much they take off of our shoulders, your shoulders, and they do it out of the love of their heart, and they do it because, hey, it's a library, it's a community center, and they're there for the kids and the people that need help. I have seen your library cruiser. I thought that thing was the coolest That is just like, I thought you actually, when you wrote it down, the little, by the fountain out here, I thought somebody was selling ice cream out of it. And then you pulled up, I said, oh, it's the library. That is cool. Major props for that. That was really great. I would like to see some of these smaller libraries. I wish there was a way we could get, like, especially the Pearson. I've been to Oak Hill Library too. It's actually 5 times bigger than Pearson.
They're almost exactly the same size.
I don't see that because I've been in both, and that one I was there for the library volunteer appreciation, and it's much bigger than our Pearson place. Anyways, that's all I've got on it. I'm great presentation, and I'm going to move on with Miss Joyce Cusack. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I think that one of the greatest resources we have is our libraries. And as a legislator, we were always trying to get funding for the state libraries as well as for the local libraries. So it's so much needed. And with today's economy and the way things are today, it is so important that we do all we can to increase the availability of libraries. So thanks to you and to all of the volunteers for what you do to make our library system work. I have a couple of questions. When you, on one of your slides, you talk about programs attended by branch, and it's not numbered, but it's the one that has 34,388. Tell me, does this by any chance take into the population of the people as it relates to the utilization?
You're saying is the question, are the people who attend programs also the library users, or?
No. Are these numbers like this because of population?
I'd say partly the population.
But we don't know.
But the number of programs that are planned in that facility.
The usage I'm speaking of.
Right.
Usage would be one reason why they would go there.
Right.
But does this take into account the number of people in that population or in that city?
Yes.
In that area, yes.
Yes.
So it does. So Port Orange has more people than Deltona?
No, they have more library users than Deltona. I mean, I guess that's.
So Deltona is the largest city.
They are the largest.
But Port Orange has more visitors.
Yeah, and I think.
Population is really not.
Well, I think what you have to look at is that it's, when you say Port Orange, but you're also looking at the cities that are adjacent to Port Orange and their population go in there. So you got parts of Daytona Beach.
So this is not just Port Orange, it's Daytona Beach folks.
Yes, in other words.
Identified as being a certain segment of population.
Yeah, no.
That's it,
It's
exactly.
more, I guess, geographical.
Yeah,
Right,
no,
what we
it
were
is.
trying to say was the population geographically in relationship, even if it's across the city boundaries, is a large population there. That's why, because you're drawing from, there's a lot of people in Daytona Beach, or even parts of New Smyrna Beach, or Holly Hill, or South Daytona, that use that library at Port Orange.
Ms. Cusack, if I may, maybe this might help you too. I've been in the Port Orange Library. It's also about age group because you've got a lot of elderly people that go to the YMCA right across the street. They're coming in there. Plus they're bringing in, it's grandma and grandpa, they're retired. They got the grandkids for the summer. They're taking them in there to get the books, to do the programs, to do the stuff. You're really looking at senior.
The question is answered because it's not dependent on the population of that city.
It's really dependent on the program and the interest in attending
And the
that
geographical
program.
area of the usage.
In the area, you're right.
So that this kind of, like it says for Pearson, 175.
Pearson doesn't have a meeting room, so any program that they have is on the floor. Same with Oak Hill, unless they go across the street to the Village Improvement Hall.
All right.
So they're somewhat limited in what programs they can offer, but they still offer programs.
I understand
But
that.
they're in that small right there.
And that
everyone's
is
using-
significant.
It is,
As it relates to numbers
Definitely.
that we are seeing here today.
definitely.
And then my second question, you talked about math tutoring. How is that, is there a correlation with the math tutoring programs at the libraries as it is with the public schools?
Well, the public schools, I mean, those are one-on-one tutors in the community. They come in and use the library a lot where they work one-on-one with a child. This is online. These are, I don't know where these tutors are because you don't actually see them because you're online with them. And what my daughter does is she works her advanced math program, and it looks like some foreign language to me. And we'll scan it, and then we'll go to tutor.com and we'll put it up on the blackboard, and then a tutor will come on. It's all sort of chat, and they'll ask questions, she'll respond to questions, and help her work through that program.
So what you're doing is providing the technology for the tutoring.
And the yes, and the service, and it's
The
a service
service
that
is the
many libraries
technology.
do. And so for those kids that maybe can't afford a tutor, I mean, a math tutor today costs about what, $30 an hour. So this gives them a tutor, and if they don't understand something, they can type it up in the chat box or write it on the
What I'm saying,
blackboard.
Lucinda, is that you provide the network for that tutoring service.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
That's
yes,
what
yes.
you were doing. Okay. Is that the same with the computer classes? Or do you have computer classes at any of the libraries
We have
around?
computer classes at all the larger libraries, and those are taught generally by my staff. They
Okay.
teach the classes, they advertise what they're going to teach. Maybe it's a Microsoft Word class, or Excel, or how to get an email account for that matter, just
So if you have a
basic.
group of seniors that want to learn about computers,
Yes,
could they come to and become a part of a library within the DeLand area?
Yes.
How would they network and know about that program?
well, they would either go into the library, or if there's a group of them that wants a class and wants us to teach a class to their group, the DeLand Library just added a eLab, so I think they have 8 computers, so for hands-on in their lab, and we would teach the class.
All right. And finally, how do you promote your services to the general community?
Yeah, we do, you can ask Joanne Magley, we do lots and lots of press releases. We have a very active Facebook page and Facebook community of people who follow our Facebook page. We have our website. We have a calendar of all of our programs in every branch is on our website. And they're there about a month in advance. And then if we're having special programs, we promote those right on the front page. Joanne Magley's staff does a great job if we have a special programming, getting it on the volusia.org page as well. And so we're also doing outreach where we go out in the community. We send emails to the schools if we have special programs that we think their students would benefit from. And really a lot of word
The
of
reason
mouth.
I asked that question is because, like most African-American churches, I've never heard any of the announcements or anything in the churches that says anything about public libraries.
I think that's a great idea.
That's a real good.
Yeah.
And also, I think that it's so important that we have many of our senior citizens with the Council on Aging, and I don't know if I've been involved in that, and I've never seen a pamphlet there
Okay.
or anyone to come to talk to them during their lunch hour about what they can take at the public library. So I think that we may be missing an opportunity by not tapping into those sources. I'm just saying.
No, I think
It
that's
would,
great.
it would help.
We'll definitely be knocking on their door.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. And don't forget Meals on Wheels.
Yes.
Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what I found, one of the nicest things about our libraries is that the fact that they're become meeting places for people. Study group that I belong to that meets there monthly in City Island, you know, it's great to have that place to go. We're a small group, but still, I've seen a lot of large groups in there meeting, and I know the other libraries. I think that's utilized. It's not costing anything. It's just, you know, it's a first come, first serve. But I think that is something that's good because it brings attention to the library, and you walk in there and you see what's going on. So I'm really impressed with that, and your staff is just wonderful to work with on that, especially with the audiovisual equipment and that. Going back to when we just years ago when the county council decided to go to the regional concept, I mean, it became an economic issue for, you know, having a lot of libraries all over the place, but having the regional libraries, and I understand the need for it. And I remember some of the controversy that we had back in the late 90s. We had to hire a consultant to literally come in, and we met over at it was the old Hilton, and that room was packed with several hundred people that were just irate about things going on, and they had just a library, and it was one heck of a meeting. But from that, we're where we are today. We have a fantastic library system. I have he just has since passed away, but a 94-year-old friend of mine who always wanted to learn how to computer, and I said, you're 2 blocks away from the Ormond Beach Library, just walk over there. He's really intimidated by it, and I kept telling him, he said, well, what if I break it? You can't break it. What if it just seizes up on me? I said, just turn it off and turn it back on, you know. I mean, but he went over there and he actually learned, and his daughter set him up with an email account, and he really became part of the world at 90-some years of age. So there's everything for everybody. And there's a lot of organizations, the church that I belong to, we have a library full of books, all different kinds of books. And, you know, for that little community there in the shores, people come in there and get books out of our little library there. So y'all are doing a wonderful job. I'm very pleased. Thank you.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. These libraries do get utilized, the ones that I've been, and the volunteer recognition awards, that when you recognize them, I didn't see a number in here, but I know you know what the FTEs are, that help our community, help our bottom line with the volunteers that we have. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's about, I think, right around 35 FTE.
See, that's a full-time equivalent as far as personnel goes. That's extremely rewarding, and they're dedicated. I mean, they do it because they love it. They're dedicated, the experience that they bring in. I love going to those volunteer luncheons, and when you recognize your volunteers, it really is impressive. But I'll tell you what I've done, just listening to you, this is the best nugget, and this is the best untold message we have. I pulled out my card, I logged in, and I went to lynda.com. Wow. You can take tutorials and learn everything from 3D animation, audio, music, these are the categories, business, CAD design, developer, education, e-learning, IT marketing, photography, video, and it goes on and on and on. It's and there's an app for that with these. You can download it to your Mac, to your iPad, your iPhone. It's extremely user-friendly. And with technology being what it is we have, and I'm going to check the tutor.com too. I can help get this message out there, but is this an annual subscription? It's an annual subscription? Okay.
Yes. In the first year, for both of them, we utilized some countywide library endowment funds, and it was obviously it was very successful. And so we then reduced in some areas in our publications line in order to add them to our budget.
Well, this is, and I assume you get analytic reports with hits and clicks, and
We do.
and you're satisfied that it's being used.
Most definitely, and I'm getting calls from organizations who want an organizational library card, use Linda, and I've had to tell them they need to get their individual library
Right.
cards updated, because then they can port those skills with them if they leave that job and go to another job.
It's an amazing opportunity, and it costs absolutely nothing. Excuse me, when I tell you I'm going to help broadcast this, I really am. That this is an amazing opportunity and learning experience that we offer free of charge to our citizens. Lucinda, if, and I'll speak to you after the meeting, not necessarily today, but if we put this out there, for a contact person would be you, in other words, homeowners associations or Rotary groups or chambers of commerce, you would be the contact person?
Well, they can contact me, and then between myself and Brooke White, who's our collection development manager.
Well, this is amazing, and I will tell you that what really impressed me too was the last volunteer luncheon. We went to Edgewater Library luncheon. I couldn't find a place to park in the parking lot. That's how busy it was, and it wasn't all volunteers there to get lunch. The place was absolutely packed. So, I mean, it's hard to even find parking spots at some of these libraries. So, the adjustment that you've made in introducing technology successfully. Mr. Manager, I think that this is, we talk about telling the story, I literally, the library. We need the ability for the citizens to tap into this is absolutely amazing.
Well, I will tell you that, in fact, Joanne's going to give you a little update a little later about, just to give you a feel for how we publicize us, and she even has how many press releases and all that. But a couple things. One, Mr. Patterson said something. You know, I went back and looked at their history. Most counties don't do what this county did. It took a lot of guts. Nobody really, a lot of cities never got anywhere because nobody wants to change the old format for libraries. What happens is they become antiquated and they don't get used. The county did a big decision to make that. That was not an easy decision. When he says there was people, I went back and looked over some of the things that happened, and people didn't want to make that change. Well, once they did, you have one of the best library systems anywhere in the country because you made that change. But that change allowed us to do these kind of things. And one of the reasons for this presentation today, and I know it was a little bit longer, but I wanted you to see, because some people sit back, and you've heard this even during our budget, well, what do you got these libraries for? People don't use them anymore. That's not true. They don't use them if you don't change. If you're just books on a shelf, well, one, she has to cut costs, but two, the big, and where I'm proud of Lucinda, is that her and her staff look for these innovative ways to stay up with the society. But these things really help, especially people that don't have a lot. It helps people that have income, but if people that don't have income, you can get on like the tutorials. A lot of people, they can't afford to have somebody. But we provide the network, as Cusack said, plus we're paying for the service. So we're paying for that tutor. But that means all you have to do is use your library card. And the other thing, like you said, is anybody, no matter what their income is, has a card, can come through, and they can use that lynda.com. I am pleased that my staff is so innovative that we are doing these things, and I thought you really needed to know what we are doing.
This is innovation on steroids for our citizens, very genuinely, because it doesn't matter where you are, what location you are, you have access to immediate, up-to-date technology and learning. You want to learn how to, for Excel, you want to get a job. Excel for MacBook 2016, Power Shortcuts. You need your LinkedIn, you need your resume updated. They'll show you how to do that. I mean, it's just, this is the best thing that I've heard on the and you do a lot. But another thing that I want to you touched on, Mr. Manager, is that I think it's important, no matter what city you're in, when you walk into the library, you walk in and the carpet says Volusia County.
Right.
And this brings parity, or that's probably the wrong word, a balance to the county. In other words, one city doesn't have more access than the other. I don't care if you have the smallest library or the biggest one, everybody has instant access, free instant access to cutting edge technology And I think that this is a tremendous asset for our citizens. And I didn't know all of this was there. I take my grandchildren, I go quite often, but I didn't know about the lynda.com and have not really checked into the IT side of it.
Right.
Congratulations. This is really, really,
Interestingly
really
enough,
worth celebrating.
what this county did with libraries is what we did with Consolidated Dispatch. What you did is you made sure that it was non-discriminatory across the county. See, that when we got into the business, it gave everybody equal access regardless of what that city's actual income and commitment to libraries was. And so you went to a regional system which said, we're all equal, we're all going to get equal access. The same thing with Consolidated Dispatch. That's why in the end, we decided that it was way more important for the citizens to have one system that benefited everybody. That's what you did with, and I can't, that's former councils that did that. That took a lot of guts, but it was the right thing to do.
And learning and availability is not defined by bricks and mortar anymore.
Exactly.
So access, there's no firewall here, there's no anything to stopping access other than obtaining a library card. So just kudos, congratulations. I mean that very genuinely. I think we need to really get this message out there. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. And none of this happens without my amazing forward-thinking staff.
Indeed.
They're
Good job.
fantastic.
Thank
And
you.
well, none of it happens without the support of the county council. And that's what's gone on ever since I've been here. And I think this is good to promote and to let people know, but it's also to try and also quell this, the scary tone that I've had people say we shouldn't be investing in libraries because people aren't using them. I'm serious. I've heard that more than once.
Well, we need to tell the story, Mr. Manager.
Ms. Colinda did a very nice one. Yeah, and by the way, nobody said this either. You know, a lot of people still think, I've actually met some people that said, oh, how much does a library card cost? It's free. Nobody said that yet today, so let me emphasize it. It's free on the record.
Unless you don't return your
Unless you
materials
don't
on
return your
time.
book, and then, you know.
You have a little rental fee.
Yeah, you got a little rental
It
fee.
doesn't cost that much.
Yeah, like nothing.
It's that too bad.
Well, you know, hey, and I got pinged last year. I forgot to drop the movie off on time, and I dropped it off. Said, oops, I dropped it off. Yeah, whopping $1 fee. So, but that's okay. I could have paid it with a can of food too, but I said, no, I'll pay the $1. Mr. Wagner, we're all done talking. Would you like to have a moment or two?
Everyone said it times 10, maybe 20. Just want to thank the volunteers again. I know a lot of you have, but without them, we couldn't do even a quarter. I did some research while we were sitting here on some of the terms. Volusia County Library gets searched, what is it? I think it had 5,000 times a month. In Volusia, just the word Volusia, or Volusia County, gets searched 15,000. So it should tell you how much.
1/3.
The search, yeah, I mean, it's pretty significant. So when you're looking at it like that, the numbers are just going to go up and up and up. So thank you for doing all the digital stuff. I sent some texts to my wife for the summer and things that the kids can be doing. And well, she texted me back saying that's actually our first place that she has on the list when they get out of school. So it's pretty neat that she was already on it. Cool. Thank you.
We're just going to call you Mr. Ditto from now on. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great to have a library system that is so active, proactive, and reactive with our citizens. I mean, it's just amazing. So, thank you very much. And do you have something, Ms. Butler, or you just that's it?
That information that Ms. Denny's requested to you.
Oh, okay. All right. Is there anything else? Okay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a lunch recess. We will reconvene at 2 p.m., 1400 hours for us military-minded people. Unless there's objection, we are in recess for lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If the chambers could please come to order. I'd like to welcome everybody back from lunch. Today's date is May 19th, 2016. The time is approximately 2:03 p.m. First item up this afternoon is item number 25. Open up a order of business and a public hearing on case S16-031, special exception for a garage apartment on transitional agricultural A3 zone property. Ben DeCure is the applicant, and Ben and Kathy are the owners. You're not Miss McGee. You have the floor.
Scott Ashley, Volusia County Planning Development Services, Senior Zoning Manager. This is a special exception for a garage apartment on a piece of property adjacent to the city of Deltona. It's a 2.5 acre lot. This went to the April PLRC meeting where the Commission recommended this case be forwarded to you unanimously, a 7-0 vote for approval, subject to 2 staff conditions, which are highlighted on page 25.3 of the staff report. Have you addressed any comments or questions the Commission may have this time, Council has at this time?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other staff reports on this matter? Very well. We will close the staff reporting section and open up the public participation. I do have Mr. Ben DeCure, but he says only for a question. Where are you at, sir? Oh, okay.
Correct, and I don't have any other slips.
Okay, no others. And if we have questions, we will let you know. All right, so no other slips. We will then close the public participation and the public hearing, open up council discussion. Why is there a District 5 written underneath my? Oh, okay. Oh, we're putting, okay. Mr. Lowry.
I move to grant special exception, case S16-031.
I have a motion for accept and pass case S16-031 special exception.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Patterson. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor. Special exception for a garage apartment on transitional agricultural A3 zone property, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried. Congratulations. We now move on to item 26. We will open up a public hearing in reference to case S-16034, another special exception for a garage apartment and rural residential enterprise community overlay zone, RRE, and resource corridor enterprise community overlay zone property. Okay, and Mr. Ashley.
Scott Ashley, Senior Zoning Manager, Volusia County Planning Development Services. This is a special exception garage apartment on a 3 acre parcel in Enterprise. This went to the PLRC in April 2016. They forwarded a recommendation to you of approval, subject to the one condition, which is on page 26.3 of the staff report. If you have addressed any comments or questions the Commission Council may have this time.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Is there any other staff reports on this matter? We shall now close staff reporting section of this item and open up public participation. Mr. Joe McRoberts is available for answering of questions. Where are you, Joe? Okay, unless you want to speak. Okay, because I'll give you that. All right. All right, any other public participation?
No, sir.
Very well, we will close the public participation and the public hearing and open up council discussion and action. I'm going to say, Mr. Lowry, you have something to say.
Yes, sir. I'd also like to grant special exception for case S16-034, sir.
Okay, a special exception granted. Motion?
Second.
Second by Mr. Patterson. Is there any further discussion on this matter? See no further discussion. Then all those in favor of case S-16-034, special exception for a garage apartment on rural residential enterprise community overlay zone and resource corridor enterprise community overlay zone property, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried. Congratulations. Okay. We will now move on to item number 27, which is case S-16035. Believe it or not, it's a special exception for a garage apartment on prime agricultural. I don't know what is going on with. Was there a big sale on these somewhere, Fred? And you know what's really fun? And they're in your district, yeah. Oh my goodness. So this is on prime agricultural zone property. Mr. Ashley.
Scott Ashley, Senior Zoning Manager. This is a 10-acre parcel in the Osteen area, existing developed property. Proposing a garage apartment between two existing buildings. This went to the April 12, 2016 PLDRC meeting. They forwarded a recommendation to the council for approval, subject to staff recommended conditions. And staff would like to provide any additional information if you need it at this time.
Okay, very well. Any other staff reporting on this matter? Very well, we will close staff report section of this matter and open up the public participation. Dean Johnson, you are here, correct? But you're here for questions if we have any. Very well, we will. Any other public participation on this matter?
No, sir.
Very well, closing the public participation on this matter. And we will now open it up for council discussion and motion. Mr. Lowry, seeing how this is your district, I'm just going to look to you again. You don't even have to push the button.
Yeah, I move for a special exception on this as well, sir.
Okay, motion for approval of special exception 16035. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I'll give it to Ms. Denny. She beat you to it, Mr. Patterson. Special exception. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of case S-16035, special exception for a garage apartment on private agricultural A1 zone property, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. So carried, unanimous. Those past three were unanimous. All right, now we're going to go to item number 28. This is this needs to be continued due to the fact that some individuals involved in this matter are out of town. So I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Patterson, it is your district.
I move to continue item case Z-16-013 to June 2nd, 2016 at 11:15 a.m.
Is there a second for that motion? I do hear a second from Ms. Cusack. Very well. Is there any further discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of a continuance of case Z-16-013 to time specific 11:15 a.m. June 2nd, 2016, please signify by aye. All those opposed. So carried. Item Z-16035 will be moved to June 2nd, 2016 at 11:15 a.m. All right, item number 29.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
that was removed from the agenda. We don't need a motion on that one.
Okay, because, okay, it was, well, on my copy it says,
That was my.
don't need a motion?
Yeah,
Item
copied
29
that.
has been removed. Okay, very well. Very well. And that would be the end of all of our public hearings on that. And here's our other certain matters. We cannot continue for another 5 minutes because it's time specific at 2:15. So.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, Mr. Deneen, could you rescue me from the deafening
Yes,
silence?
I can. Is Jerry Britton here? John, is Jerry around? If we get a second, what I was going to have Mr. Britton do is we had I talked to Ms. Denny's about this, a schedule on Park Avenue, and we were anticipating awarding the design contract this meeting, but because of a delay in negotiating the amount of money, we have everything done. It'll be on the consent agenda next meeting, but I was going to have Jerry come up and give you the update. So if they can find him here, I think
Well,
it'd be
then
good
I
for you
have
to hear that.
something of great importance that I would like to discuss
All
here
right.
at this moment while we're waiting for Mr. Britton. This pertains directly to the council and Mr. Deneen and Mr. Eckert. Last evening, I got a call from John Micah's office, and I called him back. He spoke with me about a $25 million grant that is available to the counties for the Zika virus to help fight, stop, prevent, do whatever we got to do. He sent, I don't know why he sent it to my email address, the county address at jdavis@volusia.org, but he has forwarded it to my address. I've had it forwarded over to the county manager and the county attorney, and I guess we need to bring it to you, the council, to say,
Mr. Chair?
do we want to file this or not?
Well, let me do this. We are already working on that right now.
Okay.
And I was gonna give you an update later today.
Okay.
From our mosquito division, which actually has been working on this. I don't think it's quite that amount, that high of an amount.
Well, he told me it's 25 million available. We may
Well,
not get
we're
all
working,
25.
John.
Okay. So, all right, then I'll wait for that update later on today. Mr. and Julie, you have the floor, sir.
John and Julie, Public Works Director. On that Zika funding, we've been looking at the application itself that was provided. It seems at this point, and we got clarification from the state, from I'm not sure if it's a federal individual that we got the clarification from, but it was a name listed in the grant application. It is only, the eligible applicant is a state public health agency. So we're trying to contact the state now to see if they're making an application for that money and how they're going to use that money. We are not eligible. Our health department is not eligible as far as we can tell at this point, but the local government agency is not.
Well, that's kind of rotten. He called me last night. I mean, he was very adamant. 3 phone calls to get a hold of me.
What John was telling you is we have been on this, and there may be a way for it to filter down to us, and so we're going to try and see if we can. Obviously, the nice thing for the county is that we have a reputation for being very effective in dealing with this issue, and we're already set up. So we're like the ultimate place you'd want to fund if you're going to send money. Money does you no good if you can't implement some kind of program, and we're ready.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, what I'd hope is those that are ready will get funded. So we're going to try and be ready and make sure they understand.
Okay.
That's what we're going to do. So that you're right about the amount, but we're trying to figure out how do we actually get our share.
Okay.
Just one other little update on that particular subject. Jim McNally, our mosquito control director, just sent me this email. Since we are, he affectionately calls it the Zika Club, since we had 2 cases within Volusia County, we now are eligible for some money through the state. We're in the process of putting a request in for that. We don't know exactly amount. The indicator here is vary between $20,500 to $1.4 million. So this money is only to those counties who have a case within the county.
That's why we're ready.
So this is another source of money for Zika that we're exploring as well.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, because I talked to the health director when she found out about this. I was talking with her over at the EOC. She just found out about it. Those people did not contract it in Volusia County. They were traveling abroad and then came here. We do not have a virus that has been contracted in this county.
These are imported cases.
Imported cases. That's the best way to say it. Thank you, John. I just want to make everybody sure that we're not spreading it around here. All right. Hey, it's 2:06.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much, Mr. Angeli. All right, 2:15 in the 2:16 is the time. We will now move on to item number 30, the award of the 2015-16 ECHO grants, expenditure of $3,243,200, and you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the County Council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. I'm pleased to be before you today, and I'll be introducing the chair who's going to take the lead on presenting this to you. But I wanted to let you know that there are actually 2 parts of this agenda item. The first is, as the chair just stated, contemplating funding all 9 applications that were eligible and all received scores over 80. But secondarily, Shoestring Theater had been awarded $70,000 and has decided not to spend that money, so we need you to accept that back. So there's additional funds back in the pot. So just want to let you know about that. Significant work by both your ECHO Advisory Board appointees. They went through all of these applications, some of them very, very lengthy, and reviewed them and scored them for your benefit. So thank you to them. Staff members, Carmen Hall, Jill Markham, and then from the legal office, Jamie Seaman and Shannon Eller, all put in a great deal of work to make this successful. Damian Richards is the chair of the ECHO Advisory Committee. He represents District 4 and resides in Ormond Beach, and he will now present this item to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Council, staff. Damian Richards, Ormond Beach. I do want to just start off by saying that staff did a great job. Carmen came in, this is maybe our 3rd transition since I've been with the program, at least 4 years, and did a great job of getting everything smooth, clean, transitioned in well. Also, I think a lot of the applicants, we've gotten the process down now so that it pretty smooth and effective. I mean, it went from an all-day affair to a few-hour affair now as we go through and vet some of these applications. So with that said, I don't know if you have a preference on how you want to do this. We could just go down the list, but we went through the ranking process. Everything did get above the 80 ranking score that is necessary to be funded, or at least to be recommended from our position to you guys. And I believe on page 3 of our agenda package, it does have the rankings there with the full scores.
Okay, I don't know, do we need to, Mr. Eckert, do we need to approve all of them at once, or do we approve them separately?
The pleasure of the council, you can approve them all at once.
Okay. Okay, well, then we will go over to Ms. Denny's. You have the floor, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, I just have one question, and I'm looking at it here, and I saw it in the newspaper, and I think we talked with staff about this, at least I questioned it. On the Smyrna Dunes Park renovation, we've identified a new user group of bicycles on the new boardwalk. Council has not changed policy on that boardwalk. So, and I can tell you, down at Smyrna Dunes, there are walkers out there. There are people with children. There are people with dogs when it's allowed. Bicycles are not an approved access on the boardwalk. And that, I mean,
Ms.
that's a
Denny's,
real pedestrian-friendly.
I can clarify this. We're going to have a new process because that's the grant that came from us. That wording was not shared with me. I don't agree with that, and I told my staff that that was to be eliminated. And had I known, I would have made sure we're going to do a new process for how any ECHO grant submitted. I'm personally going to read it, the entire thing.
Well,
because if I had read that, you and I both agree on that, and we're only making it 8 feet wide, and it's 6 is too narrow, 8 feet. The only time that's ever been appropriate is we've had some people where they had to move their bike or something and walked it, but that was few and far between. And the beach safety always reviews that, but that was not to be in there, and it was unauthorized. I mean, if someone made a mistake on our side, and I've set up a new process.
And the concern is
We can't have bikes riding down there with it's not wide enough.
It
To have
can't-
people
there
riding
can be
bikes
no-
at high speed down there with people. It just doesn't work at 8 feet by.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
that bikeway, that boardwalk is sides on it. This ain't like a sidewalk. You can't get away, and it's not appropriate if someone's going at a high rate of speed. That's what she's concerned about. She's right, is that because you have sides on it. And so that was, all I can say is we're not perfect, we make mistakes. I found that I've got to change the process so that I personally see what that application says.
Well, and I think we need to make a statement out there, because I've already received 2 requests about taking bikes to the Smyrna. Seen it in the paper, trust me, it's going to be taken as a given down there.
Right.
So now we need enforcement to kick up down there, because not only is it because it's not wide enough, especially now it's only 6 foot wide,
Right.
but it's not a straight perimeter. It's circular, and it's not flat. It's not flat at all. So we need to do some damage control down there. Please make sure that the ranger knows that bikes are not permitted on that boardwalk.
I've already had a discussion with Mark Swanson and Beach Safety, and we're going to deal with the issue if we have a problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, you were right to catch that, though. That if I had read that, I would have taken that out.
Mr. Wagner?
I was going to make a motion to approve the item.
Okay,
As
motion.
long as it takes bicycles on that path out of it.
Well, I mean, if I may, before we go too far with that, you may make a motion to approve it all, or to approve them one at a time.
All.
Okay, the motion is to
Second.
approve all, and there is a second. Okay, I do have some discussion I have to clarify here. And I was inappropriately informed when we got this information that the ECHO grant was way in the hole by several hundred thousands of dollars. And I said, I didn't get that point when we got our briefing. So I did actually go to the finance, and I asked our finance office, are we in the hole on this thing? We are not. We are even. We cannot run a grant program into the ground and cause it to be a problem. So for clarification for everybody, When they told me that, I said, look, I don't know anything about that, but if it is, I would pull funding from one of the grant programs we have to get the grants to everybody else. But we're not, we're fine. That thing is, it's got enough money to keep it going, and so we're good on the ECHO grants. I just want to clarify that for you guys. Is there any other discussion or comments? Nope. Okay. All those in favor to award.
Pardon me?
Yes? No? Oh, they're cracking jokes. Fill us in, come on. Share.
So it was a dark and stormy night, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Wait a minute, we're past the library discussion.
Okay, sorry.
All those in favor of the award of the 2015-2016 ECHO grants, expenditure $3,243,200, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
See, that was relatively painless.
I can get black and play 9 before Rotary tonight.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's pull that. Next year,
Next year
you ain't gonna make it.
We'll make it a little different.
Yeah, we're making it harder for you. All right, Ms. Butler, you have the next one, item 31, which is the ECHO grant period extensions. You cannot say a word for 6 minutes. So, where were we, Mr. Deneen? Jerry? Mr. Britton? Come on up. Mr. Deneen, County Manager? We found Mr. Britton. We do have 6 minutes that we cannot discuss anything about, so Mr. Britton.
Jerry, I told them that we'll have it on consent next time on the design for Park Avenue, but you actually have everything in. Would you explain to them where we're at? Because we were going to bring it this meeting, so we missed it by one meeting.
Good afternoon, Jerry Brenton, County Engineer.
Yeah.
Let me catch my breath here. The status is that you selected infrastructure's engineers to or approve the recommendation of a selection committee to do the 3-laning from, I think it's about 700 feet just east of Old Mission Road to Massey Ranch Boulevard. That's the piece that's just narrow 2 lanes on Park Avenue. And we've completed negotiations for design contract, and all the paperwork's in, contract's been signed. As Mr. Dean said, it was just ready to go yesterday, but if council approves it on June 2nd, then we'll give notice to proceed, and design will commence. Anticipate, I think I'd given a status previously to council that showed 18 months for design and including acquisition of right-of-way. Indications, well, there's been indications that the property owner, Mr. Massey, will donate what right-of-way is needed. More than likely, it's going to be for stormwater ponds, but I think he's going to be surprised with perhaps the amount of land needed, because it's very high water table, so your ponds are large but shallow to get some storage. But we'll be analyzing treating it in swells along the side of the road as well as in retention ponds. So anticipating from the time we get notice to proceed that it'll be approximately 18 months that we will then be able to move into the construction phase, which, as you remember, you can't you approved the funding of that. Total project cost is still estimated at the same amount, $3 million.
And if I can add to that, just so we all remember, we had the cooperative partnership with the city of Edgewater. The keys to why this works. Right. We had that cooperative partnership. We gathered up the last money from the program, the road program, to make this work. This is the last project that we could afford. And the key to this, which was the crucial part, was that Mr. Massey would donate the land that we're going to need to make the road work. Without that, we would not have moved ahead. So that is an absolute key element, and that's going to make this whole project work. And last time I talked to Edgewater, they were very pleased that this was you know, on the agenda to be done. And we're moving as quick as we can to capture the opportunity that's come along for economic development. Because I think this place is ripe, and bottom line is this will give us a chance. We don't want to miss this. We got to catch this next wave of opportunity. We do think there's some real potential down there if we have this road corrected. So that was just an update so that you, because I know we were anticipating to have the contract today, but this will not change the schedule by approving it the next meeting. That way I can be transparent and put it on the agenda so people can, I'll put it on the consent, but they'll see it. Thank you.
Satisfactory, Ms. Denny's?
I appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Kuzak?
So, is everyone aware of the cost? The person who's donating the land, he said that, Jerry said it could be more than he would have expected.
Only in terms of the amount. And what Mr. Massey understood was whatever land was necessary, because that was the key to us putting the $3 million in it, Jerry.
I hope I didn't say it wrong. The total project cost is the same as what we presented back to you last year when you approved the project.
Yeah.
Total project cost
Will stay
still
the
is
same.
estimated $3 million,
And he is still committed to the land.
as far as we know.
Mhm. Absolutely.
He has not said differently. He's been asking. He's excited about the project coming, so I expect he's going to be cooperative, and
Regardless of how much it
he
costs.
understands very clearly that that is the only way this project could move forward. Is Mr.
Absolutely.
Dean's.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair.
While we're saying that, I wouldn't mind underscoring that this issue about right-of-way from property owners, including ponds, is going to be absolutely key in terms of us being able, as time goes on, to probably doing any road improvements, because we will have so little money that we can't afford right away, and we're going to need help by the property owners. But without the road, the property owners don't have access and don't have value either. So it's a nice mutual trade-off. And I want to recognize, once again, Edgewater was a real partner in trying to help us.
I think it might behoove us to reach out to Mr. Massey, just touch base
He
with him.
knows, Jerry will work with him.
Okay.
He knows.
Yeah.
And Deb's always talked to
Yeah,
him.
it was just
And
I
also,
hope so kind of statement.
so also, so that everyone knows, and I do appreciate, Ms. Denny's is the one that really helped pull this off. She got us all together, and she made it clear to Mr. Massey that she would do everything she could to help us as long as he was also willing to be a partner. And he was very gracious about it. And I think the big issue now is how fast can we get it done?
Okay. All right, we're going to move on now to Ms. Donna Butler. You have item number 30, Echo Grant Period Extensions. You have the floor.
Again, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. This agenda item before you is asking for extensions. If a project goes over 730 days for completion, then you all have the opportunity to extend that grant. Both of these are excellent projects, and they've really been moving along, but they've had some complications. The Museum of Arts and Sciences project was an exceptional award project for their West Wing. The West Wing is open, but they still have some back of the house things that they need to accomplish, so they are requesting that extension. And then the second project is the City of DeLand at the Earl Brown Park. They're requesting an extension because they haven't completed their dog park. And my understanding from the community is this is something they are really excited about coming soon. And if you haven't been out to the Earl Brown Park area, it is absolutely fabulous. So we're asking council support to extend both of these projects.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Patterson. Microphone, please, sir.
Sorry. Do we take these items one at a time, or can we do them both at the same, approve them?
Again, you can move approval of both if it's your
Okay.
pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I move approval to grant an extension on Project 10-07 Museum of Arts and Sciences West Wing to extension through March 31st, 2017, and to award 12-04 City of DeLand Earl Brown Park improvements that requested through July 9th, 2017. Move approval, granting the the extensions.
There's a motion for approval of the ECHO grant and extensions, and Ms. Kuzak is the second. Further discussion? May I see your slip, please, sir? Yeah, thank you. I just want to get the codes right here. Okay, no further discussion? Very well. Motion is for approval of Project 10-07, Museum of Arts and Sciences, West Wing, to be extended to March 31st, 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to also the second of the City of DeLand, Earl Brown Park improvements, Project 12-04, Earl Park improvements, Spec Martin Stadium renovation through July 9th, 2017. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried. Okay. We now have one more item of business before we go to public participation.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't believe that's until 3 o'clock.
Isn't that a bumper? All right, well, let's start off with comments. Mr. Lauer, well, do you guys want to comment before the public participation in the afternoon or after? We could do the public right now if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do public participation.
Okay, public participation. I will take those slips, please, Ms. Zimmerman. Okay. All right, we have, okay, Christopher J. Priest. Is that correct? You wrote it militarily, by the way, there, young soldier. I know you're Army. I'll give you a go on that.
Civilian life is still about 15 weeks new to me, so.
Oh. Well, welcome home, my brother, and thank you for your service to your
sir.
country. All right, Mr. Prius, if you would please, for the record, state your name and your address.
Christopher James Priest. My address is 1548 Primrose Lane, Daytona Beach, Florida 32117.
Okay, sir, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thanks, sir. This is in reference to the Hope Shelter. I understand that we are wanting to open one there, and I have some concerns that I have not been able to find answers to. Either they have been unwilling to give me answers or unable to answer them. These concerns are that if the project does move forward, what guarantees of personal and property safety will there be for the community already there? The wills of the people are against the project. Will it still move forward? What kind of security there? Will there be a law enforcement LEO certified individual providing security, or will it be a private security guard holding a COG license? What are the long-term goals of this land? In the news journal, it said they were hoping to have mission complete or eliminate the need of it in 10 years. And let's say if that does happen, hypothetically, what are we going to turn the land into 10 years? How can we have any guarantee that it will not become North Street or just a chronic homeless shelter like they were planning on putting out by the jail? If someone is injured on my property trying to get to the center, will Hope Place assume liability for them? Would the council members and the other supportive staff still support this project if it was within your community? How come the community meeting at the Hearst Elementary School took place the day before the zoning committee and not back when they approached the school board to buy the property? That way we have more time to address the public's concerns, more times to get the correct answers out there so everyone can have the correct information and not go off on a handle trying to find out what's going on at the last minute. Would Halifax Urban Ministries support postponement in the council vote to allow more times for the concerns and questions to be addressed and answered? How many of their clients have been turned out because of failure of a drug test or other breaches in the policies, and what happens to them as soon as they're left outside that gate? Will we be able to get copies and policies to learn the procedures so we could better be informed and help try to find a new location or help in trying to get everyone happy on this subject? Let's try and get everyone to be part of the solution, not just have someone say, well, I hate it, but then have no other reason to help the project out. I understand the intentions are good and I believe they are honorable. I, however, believe it's going to cause an increase in homeless activity in the area that they don't intend and can't fight against. Once they hear there's a shelter there, they're going to come there anyway, whether they can get help there or not. To help you understand why these concerns of mine, I'm an Eagle Scout for over 20 years, active in scouting. I'm a military service member. I'm a third-generation resident of this neighborhood, and I have lived here for 25 years. I was in the JROTC program, the Police Explorer program, and still maintain a 3.4 GPA during high school. I thank you for your time and for your hours. I also received 1,077 hours of community service before graduation. I'm not afraid to help. I'm afraid of security.
Sir, okay. I have to ask you to stop.
I understand,
Okay,
sir.
you have 3 minutes, sir. Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Cheryl Frederick. Okay, for the record, please.
My name is Cheryl Frederick. I live at 1461 Primrose Lane.
Very well. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
I'm here because I'm concerned about the rezoning of the Hertz Elementary School. I am concerned because I feel like the decision has been made to move forward with turning the property over to HUM and turning this into a homeless shelter. I'm concerned about what the homeless shelter will bring to the neighborhood, what happens to those that come to the shelter and they're turned away or they're kicked out. They're going to end up on our streets, and we have a lot of children that already live in that area. I'm concerned about the decline in the property value, both immediately and in the years to come. Potential home buyers have to drive right by the shelter to view a house that goes up for sale. Has there been any consideration to put something else in this property, such as a senior care center, a youth center, or a place for the kids to play rather than playing on the streets? I'm concerned about the increase in traffic, both on Wright and Flomish and Primrose Avenue, because those are the streets you have to drive in and out to get in and out of that neighborhood. I feel like we're overburdening an existing stable community, and it will significantly change the character of the neighborhood by putting an institutional structure front and center. All roads that come in and out of that neighborhood would have to go right by this structure. It's interesting how the residents have made it very clear that we do not want this in our neighborhood, but it feels like it's become a done deal behind closed doors. It's been very difficult as a resident there to keep track of the conversation and the decision-making process. It feels like a meeting's been scheduled, we find out about it the day of, then we find out there's a meeting in the morning, so we try to take off work, which we can't, to attend that meeting. We take off work to come to the meeting today, and we find out that it's been delayed another month. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other public participation?
No, sir.
Okay, very well. 3 o'clock is when we got to start the next item. All right, we'll just start down the line here and go, Mr. Lowry, comments?
I
Closing
just want
comments.
to just real quickly just say a thank you to Pat Kewen. She's been working on the proclamation for the World War I park over in Osteen, and she's had a little work to do on that, a little digging, and she's done a great job on that. I just want to publicly say thank you to her.
Mr. Patterson.
Just a few items. Recently, we had a group from the West Volusia Chamber of Commerce, and after the meeting, I started thinking that we do a lot of meetings with different groups. So I'm just wondering if we might want to reach out to each one of these groups and maybe find a better way to do it than in the middle of the afternoon, because we're always running into a situation of either we're extending going into after 12:30, and they're all sitting down there, or maybe sometimes we just like an hour or so break in the middle of the day. So I'm wondering if we couldn't find something a little maybe more convenient to them in the future. So I'm bringing that up for a discussion, finding out from them what maybe other suggestions they may have other than meeting at the noon hour or whatever. I raised this issue quite a few years ago, but I do want to see something maybe a little different, maybe something a little more convenient for us and them at the same time, whether meeting with them in a group at an evening or morning time, maybe someplace else other than, or we could still do it downstairs, but maybe earlier in the morning or whatever. So that's just my thoughts on that. I brought this up with Jim the other day after having him sick for so long. I'm wondering if we could do something, and I saw this when, and Joyce maybe remember this when we were in the legislature, flu shots were provided at a very modest cost. I'm just wondering if it's something that we could offer to county employees around here. It might cut down on people not being able to work during flu season. So is there?
Yeah, and actually, for the last several years, they have been provided at the county health fair in the fall. So they are available and have been for the last.
And then if the employee can't make it to the fair, then they can go over to the HR office and get them as well.
Okay.
So we have opportunities during that prime flu shot time to offer those to the employees at no cost.
And county
to
council
the
members.
employee. County council members are more than welcome. We'd be happy to give you a shot.
Well, I
in the back end.
Yeah.
Sounds like she personally wants to administer too.
Oh, no, I think Ms. Cusack volunteered.
You had too much zeal in your voice for that.
Well, I will tell you that sometimes I find that there are certain people who, when I ask them if they get a flu shot, as a friend of mine once remarked, he said, I'd rather run with the herd, which means hopefully my herd doesn't get sick or whatever, but I just think that it might help us a lot around here doing that. I think some of you might have seen a letter that went to the Sunrail Commission. I had some concerns on a letter that I received, and I showed it to Dan and to Mr. Deline, Mr. Eckert and Mr. Deline, regarding a task force that Mayor Dyer met with, mainly the Central Florida, Orlando area, regarding what was going to happen in 2021 when it was turned over to the commission. And what troubled me about it was the task force that the group that he met with was FDOT, Lynx, Metroplan Orlando, the Central Florida Turnpike Authority, but there wasn't anybody from Volusia County, whether it was our VoTran service or our Metroplan, Metropolitan TPO. And so we followed it up with a letter. They wanted us to appoint somebody. I declined to appoint somebody. My meeting is next Wednesday, and I want to discuss it. Maybe the funding partners, the 5 counties, may want to be involved in this a little more than just turning it over to some people who are going to make a suggestion. And it seems somehow there seems to be some feeling that this is headed towards letting Lynx run this operation. And I'm not saying that it is, but it just somehow looks that way. So I just want to bring you up to date on the meeting next week. The other issue was, and Mr. Eckert has shown me this in the agreement, and I kind of walked into the first meeting blind as exactly what was in the agreement. So I've been brought up to date, and I've been going through the agreement. It's a lot of heavy reading. But one of the issues raised is that the chair serves 1 term, and we are now in the 2nd term of Mr. Dyer, Mayor Dyer. We've kind of made it known in the letter that we'll, go through with this year, but we should stick to the agreement, and so that the leadership each year will change in the future. So, It actually, my first meeting, I walked into the meeting, and one of the other things that happened, I walked into the meeting and I was hit with the vote for the chairmanship, and it was mentioned that he'd be doing a 2nd term, and I really wasn't aware that that was not in the agreement. The other thing was this task force, They wanted a resolution of support, and I was called on that by the mayor's task force on transit governmental representative, Tanya Juarez, who advised me that this resolution was coming forward. And when I read it, and there again, talking to Mr. Deneen and Mr. Eckert, we raised some issues on this resolution, and I notified Ms. Juarez that I would not support the resolution. And then it was brought back to me that it would not be an action item, it would just be brought up. And then I get to the meeting there in March, and they tried to pass the resolution as an action item, which I objected to, so it was pulled back and not approved. We do have veto authority. In other words, if we say no, the whole thing dies right there. So I just wanted to bring you up to date what's going on, and next Wednesday should be an interesting day for me down there with the Sunrail Commission. But I just wanted to let everybody know what's going on. Okay.
Do you need some moral support down there?
Oh, I think I got it. You know, one thing about it is our station there, the Barry station, the ridership is the highest ridership of all the stations. We're at about 35% of the total ridership, and Winter Park is about 33 or 34%. So you can see that just two stations account for over 60%, over 2/3 of the total ridership of that. It's interesting because to me, the Winter Park area was pretty much adamantly opposed to it, and yet, boy, they're using it like crazy down there. So it's a little bit of what's going on. And
is that it,
I
sir?
think that's about it.
Okay. Mr. Deneen, you...
I'm going to comment on something Ms. Patterson said, and that is, I appreciate the fact that Mr. Patterson did what he did in terms of not voting, because anything like that obviously should come to the council for him to make sure that you're all in agreement. But the other thing is, and this is the big fear that I have, and Dan can speak for himself, I think he feels the same way I do, and that is they have a habit down there that if you vote a certain way, like if he votes, they may interpret that you just changed your contract. And one of the fundamental factors that Dan's office got in the contract when we all talked, because obviously we were trying to do what the council wanted in terms of implementing this agreement. The one saving grace that I felt that we were able to accomplish in that contract, which I really think is the only real protection you have, was we would not agree to majority vote. It was, the decisions had to be unanimous, because we anticipated this coming about. And so, ever given that up through even an inadvertent action where someone would vote for something, and I think they may interpret it that way, even if they don't have a right to interpret that way. I think that it having to be unanimous is absolutely essential, because once again, this is not an agreement that ends. So I do think that Mr. Patterson did the right thing, and I thought that the letter he sent was, I don't think it was anything about it that was ugly or anything. I thought it was to the point. In fact, I thought it was fairly gracious in terms of the fact that they went outside the contract, and in terms of who's in charge down there, who's the leadership person, by saying that we will respect that, but they need to stick to the contract in the future. That was a big issue, by the way. I wrote that. That was the other thing that was a big issue, Dan could tell you about, where there was a thought that would not rotate that way. And they put a provision in the original contract that allowed that to be done somewhat by majority on voting on who would chair it. And we refused to agree to that. And we forced the issue. We're the only ones that it had to rotate. And to be honest with you, the first meeting we went to, where I was there, Dan was there, that they voted in a way, that first meeting, that would have tied up the chairmanship for about 15 years between the county and the city down there. And that's when we had to point out, oh, that provision no longer exists, and there's a new provision. So that was gonna happen the first meeting, and we already had a provision that said it would be rotated. So this being rotated wasn't by just a friendly, we sort of just stumbled into this. This was a deliberate attempt by us to make sure that there was gonna be an opportunity for everybody to take a leadership role. So that and the idea that it had to be unanimous are two of the most important things I think that we got in that contract. And so anything that we might do that might look like we are going to change that, I think the council has to be involved and make sure they know what changes to that contract they're making. But I think those are your two of the most important things you have in the contract. Thank you.
Very well. Okay, we still can't go there yet. Mr. Wagner, have any closing comments, sir?
Jason, are you bringing up, I know Councilmember Lowry touched on the Osteen Monument. There was an email from Byron Peavy.
No.
That email?
Yeah, I read it.
It's
Just
up in-
asking for what am I looking at? Sorry. Recognition to certain members of certain groups that had active involvement in it. Who should I give that to? Pat?
Yeah, that, she's been researching that, and there was a committee of 4 that sort of spearheaded this thing. And then when we started digging a little deeper, there was a lot more people involved in that, and we felt there might be some hard feelings, and the committee of 4 didn't really care if they were singled out or not. So I think we're just going to kind of, what I told her we might do is when we get to the point, I think she's going to put in the proclamation, many community people help, blah, blah. And I'm just going to ask for a raise of hands out there of anybody that helped and had a part in this project, just to acknowledge anybody and give them a chance to raise their hand and be acknowledged, rather than trying to cite people and leave a name or two off and cause offense, because there were so many people involved. So, yeah, and we'll be sure and I'll be sure and take care of that.
Thank you for doing
All right, yes, sir. Thank you.
Is that it, sir?
Check to make sure. We have a letter on our desk in regards to the Vince Carter Charity Gala. I'm in support of doing, I mean, they're asking for the highest level of support. I probably wouldn't go that far. It's just pretty pricey for our organization. But I'd be okay with doing one of the lower 2 sponsorships if anybody is interested in that. I won't be in town, but I do believe in their group. We don't have to do it right now. Just take a look at this, and then we can make a decision at the next meeting. I'll bring it up during public comment.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Good. Ms. Kuzak?
I was thinking along those same lines, the Embassy of Hope charity fundraiser, and that I would just assume that we make a decision on that if that would be in agreement. And you know that 2 of the people are Gail Lemoran and Joe Petrock, are the ones who have been very, very supportive of this community and all of Volusia County, that they will be honored at that dinner. My only concern is that if we buy a sponsorship, whether or not we will have people that will attend. It was apparently kind of difficult getting enough people to attend the event with last week. Yeah, who did they honor?
Ann and Bill France?
Yes. No, okay.
Bill France Sr. and Annie France.
All right. Well, so I just wanted to know, if we did a sponsorship, do you think that we could fill a table with a silver sponsorship or a gold sponsorship?
I haven't seen that letter, at least, or I don't have a cup. What are we talking about dollar-wise?
It's we're talking about a,
Got it. I've got one.
What, who did not get one of these?
I thought everyone got it.
Yeah, who didn't get one? I got one, but I don't know what to do with it. Oh, okay, mine was here. Sorry. Okay, everybody's got it.
It's a very fine affair, and I would, if you would permit me, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we would have a silver sponsorship of $1,700.
Okay, there's a motion. I need my, thank you. There's a motion for the $1,700 silver sponsorship made by Ms. Kuzak and a second by Mr. Wagner. Is there further discussion? Okay. So the motion on the floor is for the Vince Charter Charity Gala, silver sponsorship. Motion made by Ms. Kuzak, second by Mr. Wagner. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And so carried.
Thank you. My second concern is the fact that I went to the Halifax Advertising Authority meeting on Wednesday. And it was a very good meeting. And the date that we were proposing that we would have a workshop together is the day leading up to a major holiday. And they had concerns about the fact that that would not be good for their businesses. And I said to them that I would bring that back to the council for us for discussion, and also to ask them if they would send to us some dates that would be better for them. I certainly understand if it's leading up to a major holiday, folk that are whose major business is beach could not be spending the day
I thought
apart.
we asked them for dates, though. Did we not ask for dates? We did. We put a clarion call for dates out.
Yes, we did. We can check and see if they've changed their mind.
Well, they apparently they changed their mind, because there was great discussion about it, that it was the date leading up to the major holiday.
Well, we'd be glad to do another date.
And I said to them that I would bring it back to the council for your consideration in that matter. And then lastly, I want to thank the council for the response in which Mrs. McRae and her family received. It was such a wonderful gesture, and I appreciate you as colleagues for having just did such a wonderful job. I can't even find adjectives to describe how it made me feel as a citizen of this community that you would take out of your busy schedule of meetings to honor Mrs. McRae, a citizen of Volusia County who would be celebrating her 100th birthday. And then not only that, you topped it off with a reception for her. I just think it was just, you outdid yourself. And
Yeah,
to the staff,
I
and
heard.
to everybody that had anything to do with that, I applaud you, and we're grateful as a council. Thank you so much. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms. Kuzak, and it was my honor and to give her that proclamation here in these chambers, and I know you will do a far more outstanding job than I did on the 25th.
I wouldn't go that far, but I'll do my best.
Okay. Guess what? It's 3 o'clock, so everybody else, tough. We'll get to you guys later. All right, it's 3 o'clock, 1,500 hours for us military-minded personnel. We are going to move on to the opening of a public hearing, the first public hearing for designation of a county enclave in Port Orange as a Florida brownfield area. Mr. Carl.
Thank you. Thank you. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. I'm here with Arlene Smith, who will go over where we are. I don't think there's any public participation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sir,
But we still have to
we have to
through
go
our
through this,
process.
and then after our process, I'll be calling for public.
I'm just confirming that this is a public hearing. Thank you. Arlene?
Good afternoon. I'm Arlene Smith with the Department of Aviation and Economic Resources. Last month, Council directed staff to hold a community meeting and 2 public hearings on a brownfield area designation request for 4057 Bruner Road, a county enclave within the city of Port Orange. This 18-acre parcel was formerly used as a landfill since before the 70s. In 2005, Carmen Perillo and Jeff Heidel purchased the property and spent about $300,000 trying to get it cleaned up before they realized how big that job was. Then they learned that assistance was available from the state if they were designated as a brownfield area. And that's why they're here today, is to request that designation. A brownfield area is a property that is or is perceived to be contaminated. The state recognized that developers were averse to improving contaminated areas because of the cleanup expense. And so they developed the brownfield program to help, largely in the form of tax credits. Staff facilitated the community meeting on April 26th at 5 p.m. This is the first public hearing. The decision we ask of you today is whether you authorize the second public hearing on June 2nd at 11:30 a.m. If so, we'll have a resolution available for your consideration at that meeting to provide the requested brownfield area designation.
Is that all you got? Very well. Is there any other staff reporting on this matter? Okay, very well. We will now close the staff report section and open up the public participation. Is there any public participation, Ms. Zimmerman?
No, sir.
Very well. Then we will close the public hearing and public participation and open up County Council Action District 2. Mr. Wagner, I will give you the floor. This is your district.
Move approval.
Okay, I have a motion for approval.
Mr. Chair?
Yes? Oh,
That doesn't work?
No.
okay, what do we got to do?
You need to set the second public hearing.
Okay,
Then I don't have to do anything.
then you got to do nothing. So,
Motion,
well, I need a motion to set the second public hearing.
June 2nd at 11:30 a.m.
Okay.
Motion is made.
2nd of June. At what time? 11:30. Okay, that is right around the same time as the other one. Okay, so I need a motion for passing this through to the second hearing.
I made it. I already made it.
Oh, you did make it? I didn't hear you on the record. And okay, all right, Mr. Wagner made a motion to move this forward to the 2nd of June, 11:30 for the second hearing. I have a second from Mr. Patterson. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed, so carried unanimous. Thank you, ma'am. And I guess these gentlemen are the gentlemen that own the property. Okay. I noticed you guys walking through, you just kind of like, what is, oh, no, you are not an interruption. You're the public, sir. Welcome aboard. Okay. Is there any other business that needs to come before this council before we continue on with our public hearing, with our comments from the council? Is that a no?
I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
Is there any other business that needs to come before this council before we continue on?
None that is on the agenda.
Thank you. Or any that is not on the agenda?
I don't know.
Okay, we will move forward then. All right, Mr. Daniels, closing comments, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I went down to the Indian River Lagoon Council meeting, and we're really doing pretty well there. We're getting back more money than we're putting in, so that's always good. The other thing is that we appointed the group that is going to be the technical advisors, the scientists that are going to be advising the group. And we did pretty well there. We have a scientist from Bethune-Cookman. The woman who escapes me now, who's done all of the studies there, the water sampling studies down there, she has done really a terrific job. She showed up at our water workshop that we had, a year and a half ago.
Dr. Cho?
Yes, indeed. And there's a professor from Stetson, an environmental scientist from Stetson that will recently hired by Stetson, who is going to be on that group. And we've got Embry-Riddle University that is going to be represented on there. So we're really doing pretty well. We have people who are very identified with our area, and if you look at most of the rest of them have a larger jurisdiction, you know, a greater scope of work than our group does. So I feel really good about who we have representing us there. One thing that we do need is a need to get 4 citizens to join the Citizens Committee. I have 2 that come highly recommended. I need 2 more, and what I would like is people who have some sort of stake in the lagoon, maybe some of those boat businesses that are on the lagoon, you know, somebody from
Ponce Inland area?
Well, no, somebody a little bit further down, somebody from Boston Whaler, or somebody from Edgewater Boats, or something like somebody who
A manufacturer.
fisherman, fishermen, that kind of thing, environmentalists, you know, a group like that has an interest in the lagoon, and any suggestions that any council member, any staff member may have in that regard would be very much appreciated.
Mr. Daniels, I have a question.
Yes.
So all these citizens are coming from
Four
Volusia? Four of them?
citizens. There'll be
From Volusia, and are there 4 from Brevard and all the other counties?
indeed
Or just,
4 from the other counties too.
okay.
The other thing is, went over to the Regional Planning Council meeting yesterday and had a meeting afterwards with Hugh Harlan, who is the executive director. He, of course, lives in New Smyrna Beach. He is very interested in Volusia County and was very interested in Volusia County water issues, and they have done some work on that, and he's willing to share what they have and do some more. The other thing that, you know, I mentioned this before, but the other thing that they have done is come up with a computer program that you feed in the data and it shows you where your choke points are as far as your bad intersections, where you need sidewalks, all of that type of thing. And he is willing to get involved in, should we ever get serious about a local option sales tax. He's interested in getting that organization involved in helping us come up with at least an initial list of roads that need to be changed, plus the graphics to support it. He is uniquely qualified to do that because he is a gentleman who ran the local option sales tax campaign in Seminole County, which made all the difference in Seminole. I guess that concludes my comments. I think those 2 organizations, if we begin to work with them and work closely with them, we're going to do fairly well in both places. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Councilman Patterson for his leadership in serving on the Sunrail Commission. And this is one of those times we hear it on the streets, especially during political season. Throw them all out. We want new faces. We want people that have never done this before to serve an elected office. Well, if you do that, I'm thankful that we have somebody representing the citizens of Volusia County and an investment of millions of dollars and probably more to come that will stand, that knows the history and can navigate the bureaucracy, because these are bureaucracies that affect us. So Volusia County has been served very well. So, Mr. Patterson, I mean that very genuinely. You're a statesman. Your history and ability to move around, and it's not knowing just what to say, it's knowing when not to say anything, and putting the brake on the train, literally. And you've served us very well. I think you've insulated us, and you've given Volusia citizens a firewall they can be proud of going forward in this tenacious discourse. And indeed, I do believe you're right, that this is a setup for a Lynx bailout, is what this is going forward. And the two things we have, funding partners and veto. That's what will insulate Volusia County and our taxpayers in our general fund.
Well, I appreciate that for once I'm recognized the older guy and not the old guy up here.
The statesman.
Wait a minute, I haven't had my comments yet, so watch it.
But seriously, Councilman Patterson, you have represented Volusia County's interests, all Volusia County's interests and the general fund very well, and I thank you for that. There's a lot of history that goes into projects that we do, and a lot you don't see, the citizens don't see, because it's what we've done, not just day in and day out, but it's year in and year out in boards that, in elected positions we've served on in the community. So I just had to say that. I think it served very well. I'm going to make a, you know how I always say we need to tell a story? I'm going to tell a little story here, Council, and I didn't know how to do this, and this is it's from a positive standpoint, but it's something I'd like to see us consider going forward. We talk about a strategic plan, Mr. Daniels. We talk about what we're going to do. Here's and this is my view, and what I'm going to tell it through one project. I'm going to tell a story through one project. The economy is getting better. We're being asked to do more and more projects. And I think there's probably more going to be in the pipeline coming before council, coming before our staff. And I thank staff for all that you're doing, because I know sometimes it seems like we're just scattershot going from this project to that project, and sometimes maybe damage control. So I need more of a focus, and I'm going to ask for a little more reporting positively, which will take a lot of the questions and backtracking and scattershot, if you will, out of the process. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up a very simple PowerPoint, but I didn't do the PowerPoint. I've got the sheets here because it's going to tell the story of one project. I want you to see, Council, what it's looked like up till now. Deb, if you would put these up. There's a very positive purpose in all of this. It's called One Bridge, 7 years. This is the Turnbull Bay Bridge, New Smyrna Beach.
Mm-hmm.
This is the original presentation to County Council, September 9th, 2011. Before I was on council. By the way, nobody got to me. I heard that request last time, who got to Denny's. Last time there was a question. This is all available on Google. It's all public record. This was part of the PowerPoint presented to council in September of 2011. This is the statement from FDOT concerning the bridge and imminent failure.
Okay.
This is a timeline the council responded to, and rightfully so, very well at the time, on what should be done. You can see, look at this timeline. The structural inspections and repairs, you can see the council back in the day approved funds for an immediate repair, which was indeed the right thing to do. And then the status of the bridge replacement. County Council approves temporary repair to reopen the bridge September 11th. July 2012, complete bridge design, right-of-way acquisition, environmental permitting. October 2012, bridge closes to build a new bridge. September 2013, bridge construction complete. Hasn't been started yet, but that's where I'm going. This is September 8th, 2011 budget resolution, original document that council approved with the funding. And it's not just Volusia County that's, when we do this, we don't do anything in isolation. This is the TPO's adopted work program for fiscal year 2011-12 through 15-16. At our request, FDOT has included Turnbull Bay Bridge replacement in the adopted work program. So what we do and decisions we make and things that we approve and set funding aside from, and this has really piqued my interest more now that I'm on the TPO Executive Committee and spent that weekend in Orlando with all things transportation, my filter's just a little bit stronger. Now I'm going to kick up. That's really the last of anything back in 2011. Here we're in 2013. February 28th, 2013, our chair, Jay Davis, Chairman Davis, on behalf of County Council, sent a letter to Secretary Downs, FDOT Secretary, saying now that the bridge design is nearly complete. This is February 28th, 2013, 3 years ago. The area residents and businesses are again voicing their strong concerns, and they absolutely are again. The least expensive option, and here's where we asked about the sequencing for traffic and phasing it in 3 phases for an extra $770,000. This is a copy of the letter I received from Secretary Downs in April of 2013, 3 years ago. We were notified that our request of $770,000 for phasing, it went through so that the citizens wouldn't have a 6.2 mile detour. And here's the thing, when we approve things as council, and I know issues come up, I understand that, I get that. But when I talk to cities, when I go to New Smyrna Beach City Commission and ask for a request of resolution of support, we unanimously, but council gives a unanimous resolution of support. I take it to TPO. TPO, we get a tremendous unanimous resolution of support. The project should be started. So here we go. Here's July 24th, 2013. And please know this is not a reflection on staff. Please know this. Staff, you're doing a great job. We have so many projects in the pipeline right now. We have so many things demanding our attention and funding, and it's increasing. So that's where I'm going with all this. So July 24th, 13th was asked again, and these requests are coming to me via other electeds and city managers saying, what the heck is going on? So, okay, let's get another status update. The construction plans and bid documents are expected to be finished by the end of 2013. The bidding process, about 90 days under the scenario. Construction could begin in April of 2014 and be completed by September 2015. If eminent domain is necessary to acquire the property, I would anticipate about an additional 3 to 4 months. May be needed construction completion perhaps by the end of 2015 or early 2016. I get another request for a status update. October 28, 2014, the Turnbull Bay Bridge replacement project is expected to begin construction in mid-2015. February 6, 2015, Turnbull Bay Bridge construction plans 100% complete. Environmental plans 100% complete. If condemnation is not needed, advertising for construction can occur in August or September. Construction funding starts July 2015. December 8th, 2015, per your request. And again, this request is from city manager and other electeds in my district and community leaders. And they're all public record. Per your request, the following is an update for the Turnbull Bay Bridge replacement project. All right-of-way design plans and the state submerged land lease have been approved. It's a complicated deal, it is, and I understand when we started this, we found out we had to demuck. There was all sorts of things that played into this. It's a very complicated project. The upgraded engineer's cost estimate is 1.1 million over the approved federal funding amount. Construction bids have skyrocketed over the past 6 months or so, with more construction work on the street. FDOT's optimistic they will be able to cover the additional funding. As soon as they make that determination, they will provide us with an amended LAP, which is our federal funding agreement to take to county council. Construction start date of April 2016 seems achievable at this time. 2 weeks ago, last month, we got a project status report on the Turnbull Bay Bridge replacement project. Here's our timeline. I understand bureaucratic delays, I get that, but we're talking now that completion will be March of 2018. 7 years, one bridge. So here's what I'd like to do going forward. And again, let me be clear, this is a no, council, this is no negative aspersions to staff at all. But here's what we have to do. And here's what I'm going to ask for me going forward. I'm going to compile, have my assistant, Ms. Summerford, I haven't talked to her yet, but a to-do active list and a timeline on each and every project. Because I have files on all of these things, I really do keep the temperature on projects. Because see, council, when we approve something in a resolution or an ordinance or a project and we fund it, I don't want to have to keep going back and asking for a status update. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? And we talk about a strategic plan. Here's what I want. I want us to focus on our core or primary function of government, which is to provide infrastructure such as roads, utilities, emergency services. And I have to tell you, this one comes up. This project, out of everything else, when we talked about the half-cent sales tax for transportation, do you know how many times I heard, well, why don't you just build what we've got now? We've got to finish what we've got in the pipeline first. I'm requesting a priority list, council, of all projects by department that have currently been approved by council. We need to see where we are before we know where we're going to go, because we're going to get more requests. There's more out there. There absolutely are. And they're probably very worthy projects that we should fund. But right now, until we complete, not just this project, this is just the one I chose to tell the story on. Until we get these completed or near completion, any other new project, at least for me, that comes in will be at the bottom of the list. And I will vote no until this is done. Because this is taking staff time. If they're not doing this, they're working on another project somewhere else that they've been assigned to or reassigned to. So I'm going to request a priority list of all projects by department. It's probably going to be mostly capital, not the little stuff. But when we approve something, and even these ECHO grants, to include the date approved, of course, the project, the funding amount, the status, and the completion target date, suggested completion target date. And we should probably have a presentation from staff where we are on this. I think that's very timely. And then I want a monthly status. I'm asking for a monthly status update to the council, included in the agenda. And for me, I want those 6 projects that we had the project status summary on. And I also want to add to that 2 other projects in my district. We talked about the Smyrna Dunes Boardwalk and the fishing pier that have both been approved and funded through ECHO dollars. And I don't want to have to ask questions anymore. I want an update. If we have a bureaucratic delay, I get that. I'm okay with that. But I need to be able to answer these questions in the community. When we did a transportation summit, and our staff gives these answers, and then I just don't know how to respond. So what I'm saying to you is, I'm asking for an update. I think we need to know where we are before we keep going somewhere. Because the economy is getting better, and there's more and more projects out there. But this is just one snapshot on one project. So, Mr. Manager, I'm asking if you would, if you, and again, this is not a negative step. I understand delays, and I know they're doing, staff, you've got, you know, your staff is strong, and it's very solid, and quality product. That's obvious. That's obvious. But what I'd like to do is streamline this so that we put in the safety checks, so we don't fall into some of the things that we have, not on purpose, but because there's so many demands on Volusia County government right now with projects and going forward. So what I'd like to do is strengthen where we are now before we move forward. And I think the way to do that is to let's take a snapshot. I mean, more than all these mini budget workshops and everything else, the best thing we can do is get our arms around where we are now, explain to council, what have we agreed to, what have we funded, where are we, and where are, let's go from there.
If I can comment, obviously it's my responsibility. All I can say is hallelujah. I couldn't be happier, because a couple of things have happened. First of all, we are going to run into bigger issues of demands for capital. We don't have a lot of money. The capital money we are going to have is our debt. Remember now, we set up the program so that we reduced our debt to where we can carry those projects we have to have, like the sheriff's evidence building, etc. You can't imagine how happy I am to do this, because this is capital projects. What you're going to see is I'm willing to do that, and then council's going to have to guide on how much they want to know on the updates. What you're going to do for me, you're going to get to see what I have to deal with in terms of we don't control a whole lot of our own demands on a lot of these projects.
And that's
so,
part of telling the story, Mr. Deneen.
Correct. And one of the
it.
issues with the cities are, they don't do work like this. They don't have a clue. They don't do big projects like we do. They don't deal with a lot of these agencies, so they don't understand that when you're trying to do all this and you're doing it by the law and you're bidding stuff and there's changes in regulations. I mean, let's face it, I think Ms. Denny's knows this. There's no incentive for us not to get it done. The thing I like about this is she's right, because one of the things that goes on with any council is you're interested in getting stuff done. We're going to get pressured more as the economy gets a little better, and we also have some capital projects to get done. The problem is that we do these and they're strung out over such a long period of time that for a lot of ways, the council, I have to know where we're at in most cases on everything, but the council doesn't have to do that, the policy setters. But it would help me if you understood we got more stuff sometimes going on that was started 5 years ago, as you saw. So it would be really good for us to take a snapshot. And then also, there are capacity limits to us in terms of the staff. I will tell you that we are down over 500 people. I'm telling you as manager, except in specific cases, maybe some of the enterprise funds, I have no intention of putting those people back. You cannot afford them. So I have to find a way to get the work done. Like you saw the mini budget we did on the library today. How much of that's done through efficiencies? Because you're being told don't raise taxes. So what I'd like to do, this would do me a big favor. This is one of the best things I've had anybody ask me. I would really appreciate the opportunity. And then what we could do is we could give you as little or as much as you want to show you what happens on the status. The other thing that, in all fairness, happens, you and I talked about this, is I have people that work for me that are very dedicated. And they're very good. But they're not perfect. And so we put down specific dates sometimes, and there ain't no way that you can guarantee you will make it by that date, especially if something else, you do a contract, and then all of a sudden you find out their attorneys don't want to sign it for 2 extra weeks because they were arguing about what the compensation is with a third party. Or we hire somebody and we find out that the engineer that they want is going to want 2 more weeks to do it. You need to know that. You've talked to me. I think your concern is absolutely legitimate, and I think it will do a lot of good for this government. It will definitely help my office to be able to show you and keep you up to date. I think it's better for your constituents. And I'm not just picking on the cities, but your constituents. People don't understand why these things take the time they do. But there are all kinds of state and federal regulations and environmental things that we've got to do. And like in the case of Turnbull Bay Bridge, a simpler way to do that bridge, quite frankly, was to stop, tear it down, and replace it. Nobody wanted to live with that because of the inconvenience. So you helped get the money to make sure that that didn't get closed. But it adds time to the project. We did the right thing, don't get me wrong, but people get lost in, you're trying to do the right thing. I'm excited about doing it, be glad to do it. Nothing you said was offensive to us. I think you appreciate how hard we work. This would actually, I think, help keep the council focused. And here's the other thing you said. Be hesitant. I would like to be a little hesitant on how much we take on with the staff we have until I have certain projects that I can finish. Now, the thing we have to recognize is that some of those, no matter how hard we work, you got other parties that are involved that I can't speed them along. So Council, I think this is one of the best suggestions we've had. I'm very much for doing it. It actually helps me. I'm glad the council raised this because if I raised it, it's more like, well, he just wants to show us every month why something's delayed. No, this is to try and keep you updated. I like the idea. Be glad to do it. We could do like a little thing where we share you the snapshot. And I do have other projects like these ones that we were going to do over phases with our debt. I want you to see where all those are. It would help me. And I think it helps explain to you when you have to explain to constituents where we are.
And here's the thing, Mr. Denny, and I agree with you, but I want to take it a step further. Let's take 5, 12, 32 projects, whatever it is. We need to prioritize those. Council needs to see the priority. Now, something else comes in off the south wind, the west wind, my district, I don't care, and say, well, this comes in. If it's not on the priority list, it's not on the funded list, it goes to the bottom of the list, and we complete what we start because there's, first of all, only so much time, there's only so many dollars, and you know,
I agree.
Instead of mission critical.
I agree with you. One thing you have to remember, capital projects, especially big ones that counties do, okay, which people don't do, so they don't get used to it. Here's the other thing you have to look at for me. We have projects that take time because you have to do things in stages. For example, like in the Sheriff's Evidence Building, we're looking at real critical things like, one, what does design have to really be that's efficient and effective for the long run? How big and how's it going to work? Two, here's the other thing. The sheriff and I talked about where we're going to build it. You know, I have a reason why I wanted to build it up there, like in the case of the Evidence Building, addition to the communication center. You know why I want to do that? Because then you don't have to staff it the same way. I got people in that building already, so when they get a break from communications or dispatch, they can, so we had to do that. Then you have to do the design. Then you have to hire somebody to do the design. What I'm saying is that different pieces, and the council needs to know this, you have to authorize then me to say, okay, that project may be 4 years out, but you got to do the design. You got to start now to figure out where you're going to do it. And so some of those, you need to say it's okay that while I'm doing this, I can start the design on this one, even though this one may take 3 years out. That's what I need help with.
And in this conversation, I'm not asking for detail. All I'm saying is, and let's go back to the bridge on that particular issue. I know when we decided to phase it, when we got that money and our engineers started looking at it, then all of a sudden, I use that word demuck, but that was a really big deal.
Right,
that
right.
threw a real wrench in the project.
Yep.
I get that's all I need to know. I mean, as far as a council member, I don't want to know anything else that said, okay, we've got this, other level of bureaucracy that's gonna cause a delay or we're working with is give the, that's all I wanna know. That's all we need to know, but I think going forward, we need to do this, Mr. Deneen, and I'm confident that this is going to strengthen us, because when it comes time that we have to put a presentation out there for more transportation dollars, and it may be next year, the year after, 2, 3, 5 years, we build a solid foundation like this and shows that we're ready for it, what we strengthen, and what's on the list. I think we'll be ready for it.
I really think this is a great idea. The other thing, I'll tell you what happens too to these projects, which is unfair to elected officials. These things take time. And so, in all fairness, I've had council members that never get the credit because the ribbon got cut when they left, but they did the decision to fund it, to get the engineering done, to do the location. Now, in all fairness, I'm not saying you should get credit just because it's a feel-good thing. But I think if you're talking to your constituents, they should know that that bridge that's 4 or 5 years out, you represented them by finding the funding and getting the design done and getting the approval permits. That's as important as pouring the concrete and cutting the ribbon. And nowhere along, that gets lost on everybody, and it's almost like the only people that ever look like they're effective are the people that cut the ribbon on the day we open. That stuff started years ago, and in some cases, without that investment, it never would have went anywhere. And I think that's unfair, and honestly, I like what she's saying. I'd be glad to do it. I think it would be a big help to this council, and it's something that's a frustration to us on the administrative side. This way, it'd be easier to keep you up to date.
So then do we have agreement that we will have a monthly update on those 6 projects and the minimum Smyrna Dunes Park and the fishing pier?
Absolutely.
Just a status update where we are, if we got a trigger.
I would love to do it, and I think the council would like to see it. So unless I see somebody nod their head the other way, if I see positives, I'll make sure that it gets done. And then what we'll do is tailor something that doesn't burn you down, is not too many details, but tells you where the monkey wrenches are coming and tells you where we may have a problem.
Executive summaries.
Yes. I mean, we're starting to run into issues like now because of construction moving and the inventory is not being great. Now we're hearing things like delays because you can't get subs. You can't get materials. We're getting issues with steel for the reinforcing steel. We're getting issues with concrete to a certain degree.
Well, that's because the racetrack got it all.
They got a big chunk of it.
They got a big chunk of it, and
But
steel's hard to get now.
But if you don't hear me arguing, they got jobs there too. So.
Yeah, that's true.
But Ms. Denny's, I think it is a wonderful suggestion, one of the best I've heard in a long time. We'd be glad to do it. I think it'd be good for everybody.
And Mr. Wagner has a comment on this.
Just a couple. I'm okay with it, and as long as staff's okay with it. You never want to do something that slows things down. But if something comes in, and this is, Deb, your comments, if anything new comes in, they need to go on the back end. We always have to be careful of that because sometimes there's critical projects that are. I don't think we can go in with the mindset of you have to do 1, 2, 3, and it has to remain 1, 2, 3, because sometimes there's something critical happens.
There's special exceptions, Josh. I'm open.
As long as there's exceptions to the rule, I'm okay with that mindset.
I'm good to special exceptions, but I think we need, where we are now, the lines are our friends.
I get finished what we started. I just don't want to.
Let's get the hopper finished first, and then.
Well, I can answer it for both of you. What this will do for me is that if we have something, and my job's also to know what's critical. What I'll do is tell you and show you if I could put it in where. So if you say we'd like to do this, I'll show you the implication. I might say, you know what, I could do that one and I can fit it in with this, but I'll do a separate engineering contract or something. So you'll know that it didn't interfere with the other projects. So I'll show you that.
Here's another thing, Mr. Dean. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think maybe it may be time to look at staffing.
Let me tell you.
I'm very serious. Staff, there's so many projects we have going on.
I understand. My goal is to try and use consultants where I can. Mm-hmm. I will tell you that we are going to get enormous pressure on wages. we're doing well on healthcare, and I think that we are gonna try and manage that, but we are gonna get increases from FRS, we're gonna get wage increase demands that people are gonna want. I don't want our chambers filled with unhappy people because they don't think we're doing them right. And I'm okay with looking at that, but I'm gonna be very selective on that. If I can do something through contract where I only use it for that project and let it go, it's just that I gotta hang on that I can afford the people we have, and I am so conservative to ever let us get into that problem. And my problem is that if inflation grows beyond what the homestead allows for at 3%, I have no financial answer for that except raise taxes, which is unacceptable. So that's what I gotta guard against. So right now I'm okay because of inflation, but you're not gonna hear many managers arguing not to add staff, because it helps me if I do. But I got to do what I think is right for the council in the long run, because you take on an obligation when you take on people.
Well, let's take a look at this, if you'll bring it back to council. Council, if you're good with that, let's take a look at this and get it started, see where we are, and go from there.
Okay, I see no negative motions. I would, Ms. Cusack has a comment, but I'd like to, if we could also throw in the, I don't know if your list, Ms. Denny's, did it have cost on the project? Okay, if we could carry that over and just kind of give us a running total of what all the cost is.
Well,
I mean, like, the bridge, X dollars. This new Park Avenue, X dollars, and just add that up in a column.
What council has approved, I mean, not
Right,
an
yeah.
ongoing, plus
Right.
and minus, but in other words, if we approve $3.4 million for a project,
0.4 goes into column
that's
A.
the cost, right? If
That's
we need
cost.
to make a budget resolution change, which we have in several projects, that's understandable, but it just a very real time.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Okay, and Ms. Cusack, you have a comment on this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for this wholesome discussion. And I don't think that we have to beat this dog to death to get status updates on major projects.
Right.
And I understand, I get it, if something comes up that has to be moved in, on our status report, it would indicate that we had to move into second position. It became a priority. And you would know that because that would have been a part of the presentation.
Yep.
And when you got your report, it would say that. But I do think it's necessary that we have something in hand, if it's every once a month or once a quarter, but we need to be better informed as to where we are on these major projects. And I think we have the staff to do that. It's just a matter of getting it done, and I think that we can handle that.
Yep.
That's all. I just wanted to add my 2 cents. It's a good idea, and let's move that. And Representative Patterson, I would say, roll it.
Woohoo! Right? We should all try that, shouldn't we? Did he say woohoo? I said woohoo. Anything else, Ms. Denny's? I'm done, thank you. Okay. All right, woohoo! There you go. We had a little conversation about woohoo. Yes. Woohoo. Anyways, Mr. Deneen.
Yes.
We're starting to get some discussion from the local citizenry about this Hope Place thing. I've had actually 3 individuals come to me. 2 were not. One was here, one was in my office, and the other gentleman was here. 2 were not very happy with it. One was like just asking information about it. I've told them, this is really something here. This has been in the news for months. It's not something new. We've talked about it here on the council. And I tried to explain this to this one resident that it was in the paper. We've talked about it. There was a big full page picture with our own county manager and Miss Husseini and the pastor from the Hum and everything. Didn't you read the article? How come you weren't at these meetings? I mean, people are raising the fuss about they didn't know anything about it. I'm like, okay.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, I think because
yeah, and it was in
it
the
was
school
there.
board. I mean, we
I really-
have notified. Well, I guess where I'm going, I understand all that. Where I'm going is, would it be possible, or do you think it would be prudent to go out there to this elementary school, open the doors to the local citizenry and say, look, this is what we're going to do.
Not at this point. No, let me make this real clear.
Okay.
You've got other partners involved in this.
Mhm.
The basis, I think, for the issues is a complete misunderstanding of this is not a shelter in the sense that people call it. Here's what I think we owe everyone.
Mhm.
I think that the gentleman that came forward had some legitimate complaints, some legitimate concerns
Right.
that I am absolutely positive by contract we can fix so that there's no fear that it'll ever change. So that can be done.
Okay. I'm
I
good
think
with
we
that.
need to have the meeting on the 16th.
Right.
Where I think between the people, your partners that are going to come forward to talk to you, together with this council, will do more good for this community because two things will happen. One, you can resolve the misconception. Thank you, Ms. Cruz. You can resolve that. And here's the other thing. You have, within certain powers, the ultimate ability to also guarantee and show for like by contract how it'll stay to one use. And you can have the word that they can trust. And so I think that if we have our partners in front of us on the 16th, and one of the reasons I made sure that it said we would not get into this really today was so that it's very transparent on the 16th. We'll have plenty of time to talk. We can get rid of all the misconceptions.
Right.
And what I'm starting to find is that to some of the people I'm hearing from, that the actual use they're going to do it from, when it's people that have been already taken through the process, already screened, that group, if they're kids and families, is not the group they're worried about. So I think there are ways to make everybody feel comfortable about what's there, and I think we can fix it. And I think the place to do that is in an open, transparent meeting between all the partners on the 16th.
Okay, I will go with that because I sat there and I asked one of these citizens, she came up with all this laundry list of things. I'm looking at them like, you got some things in here which are correct, but I don't know where you're getting the rest of it. Where are you getting the rest of this information? And nobody seems to, yeah, I know, I'm sure it's fear.
There's a fear thing, and that fear especially is associated if you think the use is different than it is.
Yeah.
Please let our partners with us
Right.
have an open discussion.
Okay.
I really think that we can solve a lot of this between us all. This is a wonderful thing we're doing for people. This will not hurt that neighborhood if it's the use that
Probably
we envisioned.
help.
And I think it could, because you're going to focus some of our dollars over there.
Yeah.
I think my experience is that I think in the long run, the great majority of people in this county trust this council. And if you listen to what everybody says and you're comfortable about how it's going to be work and have some guarantees, I think that'll alleviate a lot of the fear.
Okay.
And some of the fears, if you had a different use, may be justified by the people, but I think that's the mistake. But at that
Okay.
meeting, Mr. Chair, I think that's the cleanest, best way for us to really talk about it, and it'll be nice and transparent, open. I'm going to give plenty of time for it that day.
Okay, yeah, we might want to clear the whole schedule just for that.
I hope not, but
yeah, might
we'll,
have
we'll
to.
give it adequate time.
About 4 or 5 hours on that one. Okay, let me finish my comments. I'll turn it over to the next individuals here. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow, I don't know, Deputy? Tomorrow starts Law Enforcement Memorial Day? It's been all week. Okay. Yeah, Law Enforcement Memorial Day. We'll be actually out at the cemetery tomorrow morning. And I just want to give a shout out to all of our Leos out there, all law enforcement officers that are active duty, that are retired, still running around. Thank you guys for your service. Thank you for what you've done for our community, our citizens, ourselves. So personal thank you. And of course, tomorrow we will be honoring those fallen heroes who will be out there. We will be at the memorial tomorrow morning at, I think it starts at 9 o'clock. 8:30? You'll be there? Okay, 8:30 in the morning. If you are looking for something to do, that's a great place to go and honor those who have gone before and protected us from all the bad guys out there in the world. So that's what I got. I had other comments, but we addressed them earlier. It was about the grants. Mr. Daniels, you had a comment about one of my comments.
I had a comment about one of the things you brought up earlier, and that was the Hope Place. Mr. Deneen, do you intend to put deed restrictions in the deed? Is that the way we
I've
intend to-
asked the attorney, and he's got to decide this. I know you can't restrict by zoning. I asked whether they could consider, because the HUM will agree to this, a restriction in when we give the property over that makes it, reverts back to us if they change the use other than we define it. So that there's no mistake, regardless if I'm here, you're here, and it won't have to depend on zoning. And then that's really up to Dan. I'm not the attorney on how they do that, but I think they need some assurance from your group that they can't change the use. And I'd
Okay.
rather Dan probably comment on it.
So like a clawback, like the clawback clause that you and I talked about.
Ms. Seaman and I have been discussing, I don't think you would use a reverter, but a restrictive covenant is probably what we'd recommend to you, but we haven't made a final recommendation.
When do you think you would have that put together, the wording that you would like to see in the restrictive covenant, or?
Well, for your agenda, but not,
Could you have it done any sooner than that? The reason.
Well, depends upon priorities.
I know you guys are busy. You know, I know you got a few things going on. I understand.
Maybe they need a monthly update.
Yeah.
He can't make a motion.
Try to have it in advance for you, but honestly, I think we want a little reflection, and Ms. Seaman, for one, has been trying to gather a lot of information on another matter.
Mr. Daniels, though, I'm convinced, talking to some people, that if we can have something like that in there, however Dan decides that it makes the most sense, I really think that the people that I've talked to that are sincere, if they knew it was restricted to that use where the people are screened and it's kids and family, that's not the fear group.
Well, the reason why I ask is this, I, like the chairman, have received a number of telephone calls and people dropping by my office and to talk about their undying enmity towards this project. And you know, it all stems from just a few places. You know, it's not like a you know, the leadership is not large. The source of information is rather small. And that being the case, Sam Willett and I were talking about getting a meeting with that person and maybe a few others, maybe keep it to about 10 or something like that, and seeing what we could do about quelling the rebellion. I think that you're being a little over optimistic that that some of these people will be satisfied with anything we do. But at least what we wanted to do is at least give it a shot, and give it a shot ahead of time, so that if indeed there is some way to make people happy, to give them the sort of things that they need to be satisfied with the project, we could turn maybe an 8-hour meeting into, you know, maybe a 1-hour meeting or a 2-hour meeting, which would, you know, suit me.
Well, the discussion we've had, and I take your point, Councilmember Daniels, the discussion we've had is to try to cue it off the federal funding that is going to be used for the project that's intended, so we can, because some of the issue here is definitional, and we're trying to associate it with terms which have some fixed meaning.
Okay. Well, you know, Sam in particular has been involved in the homeless issue for so long and so intimately involved in it that there is, you know, you know, you get all of this. Well, you know, you don't want it in our neighborhood, but you will. You want it in our neighborhood, but you don't want it in your own. Well, you know, I think Sam can dispel that really pretty quickly. He has a very long record of being very active in this and being, you know, being personally involved to a degree that most people around here have not. And I think that would be helpful. I think it would be helpful to have someone like him say, you know, well, look, this is what I've done, and this is, you know, it's not a problem. and then talk to them a little bit and see what we can do about, calming it down a little bit. I wouldn't want it to be a county-sponsored thing. I think that would be the wrong way to go. I don't want to be in a position to negotiate anything. I just want to be in a position to talk and to say, well, these are the things they're not going to do, that it's going to be in the deed, so they're not going to be doing those. But I'm not looking to go negotiate anything. I'm not looking to go with any authority. I don't want any. If you think that'd be helpful.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Really do.
Okay, very well. Thank you, sir. Alrighty, Mr. Deneen, you have nothing?
Couple quick ones, and that is, I have 13 tickets for any council member or members that would like to maybe give these to kids or whatever that may not get an opportunity to go to the Daytona Tortugas versus the St. Lucie Mets, okay? This is on Saturday, May 21st, but this is the one that JetBlue's sponsoring. So this is all about JetBlue, going to New York, they're a big sponsor. They're going to give away a set of tickets with a little package for a vacation. And so if you'd like, we got extra tickets, and I thought you may know some people that maybe can't go, they can't afford to go.
What
Anyone
time is
wants
the
to see
game?
me afterwards, well, I have 13 tickets that were available to us.
What
So I
time
thought
is the
maybe
game?
You could give them to people. The game is at 7:05.
Okay.
Just a thought, let me know, okay?
Okay.
The other thing is, I'd like to do two quick things. One, after I get done, I would like Jamie to give you a little, this is going to be marvelous for her to be able to do this, give you a condensed snapshot of what's going on with the Berry sort of in relationship to us. But before we do that, I'm doing this because Miss Denise is always telling us, how do we sell ourselves? And you asked an interesting question. Exactly what I said. Well, how do we make sure that we get the message out? Yeah.
Okay.
She says we don't. She says we don't get our message out. I'll put it that way.
Better.
About what we do. I wanted Joanne to touch for just 1 second about. We want to use the library as an example because you don't see what I see behind the scenes that goes on. And in a lot of cases, our people don't get credit, but you need to know what we do, for example, to promote the library. Joanne?
Okay, wait a minute. He said 1 second. Set the clock for 1 second.
No. Marcy, set it for a manager's 1 second.
Oh boy, we could be
That's
here
a
all
long
night.
second.
You can't talk that much.
So it doesn't get set.
Yeah, that's pretty
Good
much.
thinking.
Good thinking. You have the floor.
All right, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and listening to the conversation this morning regarding the library budget, Community Information handles about 1,000 news releases a year in general for county government services, and more than half of those are strictly promoting the library. And Pat Kewen, marketing specialist right behind me, she manages that service line for us. So just a quick snapshot. In 2015, we sent out 578 news releases just for library programs. And we monitored the media coverage for those releases for January and February of 2015. We monitored to see what kind of promotion we were getting. So in that 2 months in 2015, 122 releases were sent. The News Journal published 92% of those releases. Hometown News published 54% of the releases. Orlando Sentinel published 33%, and the DeLand Beacon 20%. Also, we profiled library services in 9 of the Volusia Magazine television programs. So just as you can see, we do a lot of promotion, but we also get a lot of return for what we're doing, and especially with the library services because they have so many great programs.
Thank you, Joanne. That's just on the library. I thought you needed to know. That's together with a lot of other efforts we do through the library system. And then last but not least,
Mr.
Yeah.
Ms. Seaman.
Chair,
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
that's a lot of advertising. There's some sections you're missing. I just want to add that
So
you're
she-
not getting.
You need to talk to her. The thing she mentioned
We'll
this
have to
morning
see.
about the churches and everything else, we need to think about that. That's a great idea.
They've never had anything in many of the churches that I attend.
That's a good idea.
Okay, we'll add that to our
And
distribution list.
not even so that going to website, to talk about Volusia County Library, so, nothing.
I
So
thought the
maybe that
senior,
might be-
I thought the senior centers and
That's
was a
right.
really good idea.
It's a lot of senior, all of the, they feed, the Council on Aging, they have
That's another one.
feeding sites.
Yeah.
And they're very close to libraries, some of them, and I know it's one on Voorhees that it's not that far from Howry. So, but that's a good venue, and there's lots of seniors there that could certainly use some services and could be an asset to our libraries.
Okay, we'll add those to our
We'll add
distribution
it.
list.
Thank you so much.
With that, then, I'll turn that over to Jamie to give you a little overview. We had at one time talked about having the city of DeBerry requested a meeting with us before this sort of unraveled. And it was about a number of properties, the bike path going across the road, a number of things. And so we tentatively were going to meet with them. Actually, it would have been the first time I ever met their manager. And subsequently, you got the copy of the letter where we thought it would be prudent to put that meeting off because the head of St. John's actually wants to be involved. And so if we have a discussion, we thought it'd be better to have her involved. Also, I felt that it was better to let some of this play out so we understood where people were going. I guess they had a meeting last night. With that, Jamie?
All righty. This is about the Gemini Springs Edition. And so Gemini Springs Edition was purchased in 1999 as mitigation land for the I-4 project between Orange Boulevard in Seminole County and Saxon Boulevard in Volusia County. It's about 6.7 miles, and it included 3 bridges, one in Seminole, and the bridge over the St. Johns River into Volusia, and then the bridge over Paget Creek at the edge of the bayou. There was a joint project agreement that was entered into between the St. Johns River Water District and the FDOT regarding how that property would be managed in order to meet the conservation requirements that were needed. There were Army Corps of Engineers, St. Johns River Water Management District, and DEP permits that control how that property can be used. Volusia County entered into an agreement with St. John's. We manage the recreational and the day-to-day opening the gates and the trail issues, and the Water Management District is responsible for the conservation and restoration on the property pursuant to the permits and the agreement with FDOT. Back in 2012, the St. Johns River Water Management District, based on what the governor's request was, did a lands assessment and made a determination of lands that they could release from their ownership. And they approved a lands assessment in December 2012 in which they agreed to donate to the local government the Gemini Springs Edition among 7 other parcels, but retaining a conservation easement so that they could meet their obligations under the permits and the agreements. Volusia County voted in July of 2014 to accept Gemini Springs Edition and the 7 other parcels of land, and the staff started moving forward to do all the documents that were necessary, because there are quite a few documents that are necessary for the transfer. At about the same time, in 2014, there was a number of discussions from the city of DeBerry seeking to use a portion of the Gemini Springs Edition, about 20 acres, for stormwater for their TOD. They did meet with county staff. There was also a meeting, I think, in 2013, and at each time the county staff said the Water Management District owns the land, and we don't have the authority, and you really need to talk to the Water Management District. it's come to light now that the city seems to think that that meant we didn't want to have anything to do with it. That's how they're interpreting it now. They moved forward and continued to have discussions, but they issued a report in October 2014, and at their city commission meeting, their stormwater engineer said that obtaining title to the Gemini Springs addition would be too difficult of a process, and they recommended to the city not to use the Gemini Springs addition for stormwater. That was the last official contact that the County of Volusia had in relation to this. I have not been able to find any emails on the topic, any correspondence where the city came back and advised the county that they were going to do something other than put the stormwater for the TOD on private property. What I've uncovered since then is that in May of 2015, they held another workshop with their city commission, presented 5 other alternatives, at which point they recommended to their city commission to move forward solely on 2 of the alternatives that would put the stormwater on the Gemini Springs addition, and it was no longer 20 acres. It was now seeking title to 102 acres of land, of which they would also be using some of that land for development for the TOD. At that meeting, their TOD director stated that they were having a dialogue with a high-ranking official with the Water Management District, and it looked like it was going to be good news for the city. It would be, in his words, a home run. There was a memo from the city manager that he went up to meet with the Water Management District staff in July of 2010. There are a series of emails going back and forth in August and September. And in preparation for the workshop, the community workshop, which Mr. Patterson attended along with some other county employees, there was an email from their TOD director that said to their consultant, we need to maintain a very low profile regarding this 100-acre negotiation, even at our October 13th meeting. We do not want to highlight anything related to these additional lands. So they are saying that the county knew and that county officials attended this workshop, but they did not present at that workshop that they were going after the 102 acres. So any claim to the contrary is disingenuous. In December, county staff reached out to the Water Management District to ask why we were delayed in acquiring the lands and maybe we could get things started again, and we were informed that they needed to meet with their new executive director. The email states that they were expected to go forward on the transfer of Spruce Creek because the governing board had already voted on it, but they needed direction from their executive director regarding the other properties. In February 2016, the city was presented with a master development plan that included using the entire 100 acres. And they were now proposing some sort of special assessment district where they would use those funding to clean up the bayou. Their proposal for cleaning up the bayou was to remove cattails. However, the original 1999 agreement with the FDOT and the permits with the Corps of Engineers, DEP, and St. John's requires those cattails to be removed with the funding that the DOT gave to the St. Johns River Water Management District. So this is not something that is new, nor is it something that should not have already occurred. They seem to be relying on a comment made in the Corps of Engineers report in 2012 that you shouldn't spray and lay exotic species, including cattails. That means using broadcast spraying and then allowing the vegetation to remain in place. But the permits prohibit broadcast spraying. The permits prohibit spray and lay. They have to be hand removed, and the Water Management District is required to remove them with the funding. I'm going to say that again. that's already an obligation. So the idea of putting a special assessment district in place that the city volunteers to pull the cattails that does not resolve the issues with the deterioration of the bayou. The Corps of Engineers report from 2012 indicated that the primary issue was the stormwater coming from the north. This morning, you all approved an agenda item for 2 baffle boxes on Dirksen Road. Those baffle boxes are second-generation baffle boxes. They will remove about 90% of the nutrients that come through the county's stormwater system for Dirksen, which is our responsibility. It's a county road. We're doing that in conjunction with our MPDES permit. It is those kinds of activities that are necessary and that the Corps of Engineers said needed to occur in order to clean up the bayou. Only after that occurs can you then remove the silting and remove exotics. If you do not remove the nutrients from the system, the exotics will just continue to regrow and regrow and regrow. So pulling the cattails 1 year will mean you will have to continue pulling the cattails over and over again. I've now discovered that the city actually went up to see the Army Corps of Engineers in January and spoke with their mitigation chief and one of their employees regarding a process by which they would score removal of the 100 acres. And what they mean by that is that the state of Florida currently uses UMAM, but the feds use a system called, for these regional projects, called RAP, which is a rapid assessment, a wetlands rapid assessment program. So they're trying to correlate the two scoring systems to remove the 100 acres. That is going to be a huge challenge, because that property was required to be restored to its current, to its historic vegetative communities. The city refers to an area of planted pine. Well, it was planted not because it's going to be harvested, but because that was the original community, and that upland community was necessary in order to buffer the wetlands that were being protected as part of the mitigation. I put all this together recently because staff really was taken by surprise when in April we saw this plan and the city was going after the whole 102 acres, and the city's response to us was, well, you guys didn't want to have anything to do with this. The county council voted to take title to this land in July 2014, and there has been no change in your position. And it's our obligation to move forward and take title to this land. We were supposed to take title to conserve it under the permits with a conservation easement to the St. Johns River Water Management District. And there's been a lot of misinformation out there that makes the county appear to be the villain, trying to stop the city from expanding their TOD. And I think instead what we're trying to say is that wasn't the original purpose for this land. This land is protected by federal and state permits. It's going to be a tremendous challenge if anyone attempted to take these out from underneath the permits. They're called major modifications. They have to be advertised in the Federal Register. They're subject to challenge by administrative hearing. And the environmental community is watching this very, very closely because they see this as getting the foot in the door to start converting many other conservation and mitigation pieces throughout the state of Florida. So I wanted to give you all this update. Your staff was there last night to hear the city's presentation. It was an 85-page PowerPoint. Again, there was misinformation in it. The manager has agreed to meet with your manager has agreed to meet with the city manager and Dr. Shortell, the executive director of the Water Management District. She is expected back in town the 1st of June, so we're trying to coordinate schedules. I think it's important that we all sit down and talk about this. and I think I left the most important part out, and I apologize for that. This started, at least from what I can tell from the emails, as far back as January of 2012, at the idea of the city manager. He sent an email. He requested to go to the Water Management District in January of 2012. It was not something new. It was not something that suddenly came up because of their market analysis or anything else. It did not come up in 2015. This goes all the way back to 2012 that I've been able to uncover that the city had its eye on this piece of property. Even as it went through the land assessment process, the Water Management District said they were going to give it to the county, and the county accepted it. I think your county manager has a little bit of frustration that in all that time, the city manager never requested a meeting with him, never asked to sit down and have a conversation to discuss maybe that the positions of the boards were maybe a little bit at odds. And I think I'll leave it to the manager at that.
One thing on this project that
I just have one question before we go too far. How come it's taken over 4 years for somebody to get title to this?
Well,
we
asked for them.
No, I'll answer that. One of the issues is these permits. One of these issues is the funding mechanism, that this is FDOT mitigation. And it's controlled by the Army Corps of Engineers. And I am told by someone who attended the meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers that their position was that the St. Johns River Water Management District was going to retain responsibility for compliance with the permit regardless of who held title to the property. And I think the Water Management District is struggling. I mean, they were told, go assess this. They were told, find out properties that you don't need to hold title to anymore. They identified them, but I don't think they had a full understanding that with the funding source came a lot of federal strings that controlled what they were allowed to do.
One thing also, I want to be very clear that I said in front of this council about this property. When we previously said that we would take this, one of the things that I assumed that was key to that, and I'm now going to make sure that we're clear on this, the reason that you didn't hear me raise any objection was that if we took the property over, and now obviously it's how that would even work, Jamie, I guess is in question, was that, and I want to make this real clear, we were going to accept it under the permit conditions that exist with no obligation that we were going to put or had any money for this bayou to change it. In other words, we were going to do what St. John's is doing, which was managing this conservation. But there was never any, I want to make sure this, we have no money set anywhere to get into cleaning up the bayou. And so if we did take it over, it was to do what St. John's is doing. And then obviously if some other federal funds came along or whatever, but that was always the understanding. Now Jamie's telling me they might not be able to do that. The other question I always had was if they were going to transfer it to us. What Jamie and I talked about was a lot of times when they got it, they might have gotten that from DOT, could have come with management funds with it to manage the property. If that was the case and we were going to take over the management of it from a conservation standpoint, I believe that we're entitled to whatever funds were provided to them for management. I really think that should be part of the understanding of how we take it over. What's clouded it is, I'm not sure that they can really give it to us, right, Jamie?
It's going to be, I think it's been challenging. I think that's what the new executive director is trying to understand. And I think that's why she would like to have the joint meeting. What has been distressing to your county staff is the allegations that somehow the city of DeBary was misled, when clearly the staff has said all along, this is conservation land. We were told to take it as conservation land. And directing it rightfully to the fee title holder, the St. Johns River Water Management District, they're the only ones that could make a determination that the property could be used for the purposes, because they would be, as the Corps of Engineers have said, responsible for the permit conditions and how to provide some other environmental mitigation that would offset releasing this property in some form or fashion from its current responsibilities.
Okay, Mr. Patterson?
I'm sorry, Mr. Eckert reminded me. And in February 2016, there's an email from the consultant to the city saying, we found an eagle's nest smack dab in the middle of the 100 acres that the city wants to develop, and we have verified the location. We have sent staff out there. They have a GPS of it, and it is an active eagle's nest in the middle of the 100 acres.
As we were. Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, we have already said that we wanted this property for conservation purposes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it would be out of order to reaffirm that, but I'm wondering if a resolution from this body that we intend on opposing anything other than that property being in a conservation zone. I know Councilmember Lowry, that's more in his district, and I'll, let him make that motion if you'd like. It's also part of my district up in the northern part of it,
Yeah.
but that piece of property. So
Yeah,
Mr. Lowry,
I'd
if
be
you'd
so
like
glad
to
to make a motion in regard to.
Mr. Patterson?
I'll second that motion if he makes it.
Yeah, so moved.
Ms. Patterson, that would help very much from us on the administrative side if we ever sat down, which we're going to supposedly, with the district and them. Boy, having that in my hand would make a difference, because then I can make a definitive statement.
So moved.
So there's a motion now on the floor. Mr. Lowry has made the motion that this land, 100-acre wood, is to be utilized as conservation only. And
That the council's position remains unchanged?
And the council's position remains unchanged as to conservation.
This
Second by
land is
Mr.
our
Patterson.
land.
Would you like us to bring back a resolution for the next council meeting for you all to approve?
So the language is clear? Okay.
Yeah, and so I'll second
Sounds
that
reasonable.
motion.
Okay, so that's the motion. That's the second for you to bring back a resolution. Clear language. All right, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. So carried 7-0. Mr. Daniels, you had comment, or you were just going to make a motion or something?
Can we wait, Jamie? Jamie?
Yes? What? Who? Huh?
I had concern about the time. Should we be waiting that long before we get that?
It's only 2 weeks.
I know
Miss-
only if you got to meet next week, only 2 weeks makes a difference.
I understand, but Dr. Shortell will not be back until the 1st of June. We're told she will not be back for the meeting, so we should be able to get the resolution passed before Mr. Deneen meets with Dr. Shortell and
Okay.
Mr. Parrott.
Cool. All right, Mr. Daniels?
I just wanted to make a couple of things clear. Upon hearing Jamie talk, it's at variance with a lot of what we've heard. The first thing is, if I'm right, Jamie, the proposed 20-acre stormwater improvements that they were talking about will not help DeBerry Bayou at all.
It does not appear from what we've been able to discern at this time, it would not improve the bayou. The 20 acres would be simply to maintain the stormwater that would result from the TOD.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with the bayou. Actually, the water comes off Dirksen Road.
A portion of it comes off Dirksen, a portion of it would come off the future development, and some of it comes from 1792.
And then it was St. John's, it was obligated to be cleaning this up, and they have not been doing it.
Well, they were obligated to restore and preserve the land and its conservation for the mitigation. As for the deterioration of the bayou itself, the water quality, the silting, that's a very good question. Who should be cleaning it up? The Corps of Engineers clearly identified stormwater coming from the north as the main factor in the deterioration.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, very well. Mr. Eckert, do you have a closing comment? I'm sure, it seems to me like Ms. Seaman said it all.
Nothing to add, sir.
Okay, very well. Very well. With that, there's no further business that comes before this council today? All right, our next meeting is June 2nd.
Correct.
0900 hours, be right here. Unless there is objection, we shall be adjourned. Any objection? So be it. We are adjourned until June 2nd.